Chapter 11-12. 2 days later. The sun shone brightly in the blue sky and white clouds. The surroundings were boundless, and a stretch of jade stretched for thousands of miles. 2 Yao clan Gu immortals floated in the sky. They did not conceal their figures, they were openly displayed in front of everyone. The female Gu immortal Yao Ju looked up, a smile appearing on her round face. The weather is really good today, I can't help but feel happy. Beside her, Yao clan's female Gu immortal Yao Zihan sighed. The weather is good, we are in a good mood, but He tribe's Gu immortals are the complete opposite. Purple light surged in her eyes as she looked at the empty grassland beneath her feet with relish. On the other side of the clouds, there were also 2 male Gu immortals. Both of them looked like middle-aged men with thick beards. They wore armor on their backs, their arms exposed, and their muscles bulged. His feet were also without boots, and his trouser legs were also very high, almost revealing his knees. The only difference was that one's skin was charred black, while the other's skin was dark yellow. Only another Huang Jin tribe in northern plains had such attire. That was the Meng family. Meng Ji's skin was dark yellow. He stared at the 2 Yao clan female immortals and said, "That is Yao Zihan." The purple light in her eyes is clearly Yao clan's inherited killer move, purple jade eyes. This purple jade eyes is able to see through the paradise and heavenly caves. The Yao family can be said to be able to see through the situation of Iron Eagle Paradise. On the other side, Meng Si looked up and said casually, "It's no big deal. When it comes to snatching, we'll have to talk with our fists." At this point, he suddenly raised his head and looked to the east. Multicolored light shot into the sky from the east. Golden splendor flickered as a magnificent palace slowly flew over. The Gong family is here. Amazing, they even brought their clan's immortal Gu house Golden Dawn Hall. This shows how determined Gong clan is. The Gong family has always been like this, paying attention to extravagance. Let's not bother about him. The righteous path Gu immortals conversed secretly. Most of the people's gazes were still focused on Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Iron Eagle Blessed Land was He tribe's headquarters, a public blessed land. If the door was not opened, it would be impossible to see it from the outside world. Unless there was an immortal killer move like Yao Zihan's purple jade eyes. The righteous path Gu immortals were waiting patiently. Because according to what they knew, the demonic path Gu immortals had already joined forces. He was the first to attack. As it turned out, the chaos in northern plains had drawn out a rank 7 demonic path expert called Huang Di. This person had high cultivation level. He had inherited a legend of northern plains in history. Earth path expert, old Earth's true inheritance. He had a way to break into the blessed land. As for Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was a public blessed land that was pieced together. Naturally, its defense could not be compared to ordinary blessed lands. Demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di took the lead this time, gathering a large group of demonic path and lone cultivators to act together. If they fought to a certain extent, Iron Eagle Blessed Land would collapse sooner or later. This way, there were loopholes everywhere. Even if the door was not open, righteous path Gu immortals could freely enter and exit. Fellow Daoists, Gong Air invites everyone to come to the palace for a chat, to fight against He tribe together. Outside Gong clan's immortal Gu house, Golden Dawn Hall, an elderly rank 7 Gu immortal appeared. He wore a golden robe and spoke in a calm tone. "It's that old bastard Gong Air. The clan's information is correct. It's really him. This Gong clan wants to lead the masses? If we enter the palace, he will definitely consider himself as the leader of the alliance." This is an old problem of Gong clan. But Gong clan brought an immortal Gu house this time. They are probably the strongest force in our righteous path. Who would be foolish enough to go up? Let the Gong family lead us? The righteous path Gu immortals sneered internally. None of them moved. Gong clan was a Huang Jin tribe, a super force. Gong clan's supreme elders were very ambitious. They wanted Gong clan to become the overlord of the righteous path. But among the Huang Jin tribes, no one was willing to submit. But earlier, Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu worked together but lost to old ancestor Xuehu. And the only remaining rank 8 Gu immortal in the righteous path, Prince's Impatience, was a member of Gong clan. Gong clan spread the news that only Prince's impatience could match old ancestor Shui Hu in the righteous path. Thus, their arrogance soared. Gong heir stood in front of the immortal Gu house, thinking that the righteous path would respond. But after a long while, no one moved, there was not even a response. Even though he was old and had experienced a lot, his expression turned unsightly at this moment. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals greet senior Gong heir. Right at this time, 3 Gu immortals flew over, getting close to Gong heir. Among these 3, the leader was a rank 7 Gu immortal, while the other 2 had rank 6 cultivation level. The 3 immortals were very low profile, they had smiles on their faces and were emitting kindness from all over their bodies. Gong heir's expression relaxed. He felt that these 3 Gu immortals from Baizu tribe were quite amiable. Most importantly, he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. He quickly invited these 3 immortals into Golden Dawn Hall. Seeing this, the righteous path Gu immortals had complex expressions. It turned out that this Baizu tribe was not of the Huang Jin bloodline, it was a super force that had just entered the righteous path. Its source was the famous rank 8 Gu immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after Imperial Court Blessed Land collapsed, he saw the hope of establishing a super force. But in Northern Plains' current situation, the righteous path super forces were almost all Huang Jin tribes. In order to enter, Baizu Heavenly Lord took the initiative to befriend Yao Huang. They even worked together to deal with old ancestor Shui Hu, even though they fought 2 against 1 and lost. But Heavenly Lord Baizu's original goal was achieved. After obtaining Yao Huang's friendship and Yao tribe's recognition, Heavenly Lord Baizu used his own bloodline descendants as the main force and successfully established Baizu tribe. Baizu tribe's Gu immortals were all nurtured in Heavenly Lord Baizu's grotto heaven. Even though they were few in number with the chaos in Northern Plains, Heavenly Lord Baizu sent 3 to participate in this grand event. Baizu tribe. These Baizu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Baizu tribe gained the upper hand. The righteous path Gu immortals were basically of the Huang Jin bloodline. They had occupied Northern Plains for a long time, even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu, they cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in Northern Plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other righteous path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom. The immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The righteous path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere, there were deep pits everywhere, it was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning, he shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine, who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around, they looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu. His battle strength has risen sharply, let's retreat. There are treasures everywhere, why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom tier rank 6 Gu immortals. They quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly, it was stepped on by a pig. A demonic path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back. He was fat and muscular. He wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. He had a smug expression. Damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me? Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language. Its voice was crisp and clear. Zhuozhan. Fairy Shiro, it's you. Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed. He smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shirua. Rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse. Shirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded. Of course, of course. Fairy, Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request. On the other side, the wind was like green willow trees. It was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky. He said excitedly, to think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuehan. Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material. You should go somewhere else. A figure appeared. It was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuehan's pupils shrunk. He said coldly, so it is you, free scholar. Free scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuehan. Last time in Taichio, we did not have a clear victor. Let's spar this time. Pai Shuehan actually challenged him. Free scholar's smile faded a little. I heard that Brother Pai comprehended a new immortal killer move. I want to see it. All sorts of scenes were reflected in the eyes of the righteous path Gu immortals. Because of the demonic path Gu immortal Huang Di, these demonic scoundrels gained the upper hand. No matter. Iron Eagle Blessed Land has a unique structure. It is famous for raising desolate beast iron crown eagles. The land here is sparse, but the sky is vast and tall. It is large at the top and small at the bottom. The truly valuable things are still in the spherical wooden eagle nest in the sky. A bunch of mobs. Hey, tribes Gu immortals have not even appeared. They have not even touched the true core resources, but they have already fallen out. The righteous path Gu immortals were restless. Right at this time, a figure flew down like lightning. He was so fast, in an instant he entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Who is he? He has sword path cultivation. A junior from Nian Air tribe. I think he is called Nian Air Pingji. The righteous path Gu immortals were shocked. This person had been hiding in the sky. He had not communicated with them earlier. Who is it? In the blessed land, Qing Xianxia sensed something. He raised his head and shouted. A sword light flashed. It was too fast to cover one's ears. Qing Xianxia's head fell to the ground. Chapter 11:13. Even though Qing Xianxia only had rank 6 cultivation level, he had passed one heavenly tribulation. He could not resist it at all. Nian Air Pingji killed him on the spot. At once, the expressions of the righteous path Gu immortals changed. Qing Xianxia's head fell to the ground, separated from his body. Blood spewed out of the headless corpse as it twitched. Qing Xianxia died with a grievance. His eyes were still wide open. Nian Air Pingji's sword light continued to shoot forward with a shocking aura. The next to die is you. Nian Air Pingji said plainly, his voice resounding in the sky. The second unlucky person was also a demonic path Gu immortal. But Nian Air Pingji was already exposed. This commotion attracted attention. Thus, this demonic path Gu immortal situation was better than Qing Xianxia. He quickly retreated. But Nian Air Pingji still caught up to him and killed him. The righteous path Gu immortal's expressions changed again. Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshan suddenly smiled looking at the sky. Nian Air Fu, this is the new sword son of your Nian Air tribe? The smoke burst out. A fat voice could be heard from within the smoke. This was a rank 7 Gu immortal, but from his appearance, he looked very young, like a fat boy of 5 or 6 years old. The fat boy chuckled. He looked around the righteous path as he said in an old tone, I am ashamed, ashamed. After this lad obtained the sword Saint True inheritance, he was restrained by my first supreme elder for 10 years. Coming out this time has made him crazily excited. Lu Zhuanshan and the rest's expressions changed again. They transmitted secretly. Nian Air Sword Saint. We were just discussing earlier, this person is a rank 8 Gu Immortal of Nian Air tribe. His historical status is like He Fan of He tribe. He led Nian Air tribe to become the leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. Nian Air Sword Saint was a legend. He once cultivated light path. Later on, he successfully converted to sword path. After his death, he left behind the Sword Saint true inheritance, but because of the dangerous test, there are very few inheritors. I heard that this Sword Saint true inheritance has 3 rounds, split into 3 parts. After passing the first round, one will obtain the first part of the Sword Saint true inheritance. They will be called Sword Son. I didn't expect that after more than 300 years, the 92 family would have another true Sword Son. The righteous path Gu Immortals felt vigilance rising in their hearts. If this child was allowed to develop, he would become the future leader of Northern Plains' righteous path. There must be his active figure. If he could advance further and reach rank 7 and pass the second round, he would inherit the second part of the true inheritance and become a true inheritance swordmaster. Nobody in the whole of Northern Plains' Gu Immortal world would dare to look down on him. In fact, the rank 6 Sword Son was no longer someone to be underestimated. How long had it been? He had actually killed another demonic path Gu Immortal. Nian Air Pingji let out a long roar. He was in high spirits. His speed was extremely fast. He became one with his sword. Only sword rays could be seen, but his figure could not be seen. The sword light deflected. Then it pounced towards the nearest demonic path Gu Immortal. The sword light pierced this demonic path Gu Immortal's body, but he smiled coldly. "Junior, I killed a few weaklings. Have you become so audacious and arrogant to the point of challenging this old man?" Old Monster Corpse Poison said. A purple mist rose up from the terrifying injuries on his body. The purple mist dissipated. His healed body was revealed. In contrast, Nian Air Pingji's sword light dissipated, revealing his staggering figure. Everyone saw Nian Air Pingji now. He was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, but he could not conceal the purple poisonous blood that was flowing out of his mouth and nose. "Fight again." Nian Air Pingji was heavily injured, but his eyes seemed to be burning with fire. "Then I will kill you first before searching for treasures." Old Monster Corpse Poison laughed sinisterly. Hee hee, youngsters nowadays are really like newborn calves that are not afraid of tigers. Nian Air Fu glanced at them from afar and retracted his gaze. Next, with a swoosh, his figure vanished in the air, appearing beside Qing Xianxi's corpse at the next moment. Nian Air Fu stretched out a chubby hand, waving at Qing Xianxi's corpse. Immediately, Qing Xianxi's head and body were lifted up by an invisible force, flying into Nian Air Fu's immortal aperture. Youngsters are really arrogant. They don't even want their battle spoils. This is a Gu Immortal corpse. Even though the immortal Gu are gone, the Dao marks are not for nothing. Nian Air Fu shook his head. Even though he was a rank 7 senior of the clan, he was greedy. Even when Nian Air Pingji fought with rank 7 Old Monster Corpse Poison and fell into a tough battle, he did not help. Instead, he collected the Gu Immortal corpses that Nian Air Pingji killed. Kill. "This is mine, don't even think about taking it. Meng Ji is here, who dares to fight?" The scene became more chaotic, because after Nian Air Pingji took action, the righteous path Gu Immortals also moved into Iron Eagle Blessed Land. This way, there was a huge commotion everywhere. All sorts of cultivation resources were being fought continuously. Eagle cries rang out incessantly. A desolate beast peacock raised its head, its eyes showing a human-like desire. It was Peacock flying immortal Hirua. So many Iron Crown Eagles. He Tribe's Iron Eagle Blessed Land truly lives up to its name. Hirua thought, if I can capture all of these desolate beasts. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had a huge area. The precious resources on the ground and underground were all lower in value than the sky. He Tribe's Gu Immortals did not show themselves, but they mobilized all of their Iron Crown Eagles to seal the sky. Large numbers of desolate beast Iron Crown Eagles were flying in the sky. Anyone who dared to violate them would be hunted down by them. Precisely so, most of the demonic path Gu immortals chose to move on the ground. They had to fight for all the resources on the ground first. A bird in hand was worth 1,000 in the bush. To Hirua, the iron crown eagles were extremely attractive. Because in her cultivation plan, the next transformation was the iron crown eagle transformation. The desolate beast peacock flew quickly. In a while, Hirua attracted the attention of several iron crown eagles. Hirua was vigilant. She quickly retreated after attracting the iron crown eagles. She was alone. She could not defeat so many desolate beast iron crown eagles. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood? Murong Xianxia landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond, her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu Immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang. People called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Xianxia. He was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Xianxia looked at Young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him. She only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Xianxia smiled. I won't hide it from young Master Yun. Although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Xianxia finished, he continued. Affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Xianxia shook her head. No need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Xianxia. The two left in satisfaction. Righteous path Gu immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the righteous path. Although Northern Plains Gu immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the righteous path Gu immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huangjin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although righteous path Gu immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason. Super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had also been decided. Although Pai Shuihan had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike righteous path forces who had Gu immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu immortals and lone cultivator Gu immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals did not make a move. They were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortal Gong Air was already anxious internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He casually mentioned, "The Immortals are fighting over it. Iron Eagle Blessed Land's surface and underground resources are almost gone. Are you still not going to act? Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals looked at each other, shaking their heads as they smiled. Iron Eagle blessed land's precious resources are almost all in the sky. If He tribe's Gu immortals do not appear, this battle will only be at the middle stage. Gong Er was puzzled. Although the Bai Zhu clan was part of the righteous Dao and had the protection of Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, their foundation couldn't be compared to the Huang Jin clan. At this moment, Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals were acting like they were at the top of their heads. They were calm and collected. Many people could not understand them. Chapter 11:14. The fourth. Peacock flying immortal He Ru captured another Iron Crown Eagle. She was very happy. Desolate beasts were not ordinary. In the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains, desolate beasts were everywhere, but few Gu immortals would go to these places. Moreover, wild Iron Crown Eagles and those raised by He tribe had a huge difference in battle strength. Adding on Peacock flying immortal's tactics, she had great gains, capturing 4 Iron Crown Eagles alive. He tribe raises Iron Crown Eagles. They are famous in northern plains. They are indeed amazing. I wonder how they nurture so many Iron Crown Eagles? He Ru sighed to herself, looking at the sky. There were still large numbers of Iron Crown Eagles flying in the sky. The 4 captured by He Ru were nothing compared to the entire flock of eagles. Strange. He tribe's Gu immortals have not appeared at all. Even if I captured 4 Iron Crown Eagles, are they not going to do anything? He Ru was still very vigilant. She was not overwhelmed by the joy of victory. Whistling sounds could be heard. A figure charged towards the eagle group with the momentum of wind and lightning. He Ru's pupils shrunk, recognizing the person. This is New Air Gu. Looks like he is going to suffer. New Air Gu came from New Air tribe. The latter also had Huang Jin bloodline, a super force. New Air Gu had a large stomach and head. His body was not symmetrical, his eyes were protruding out, his limbs were thin like twigs, his skin was pale like a sick person, without any color of blood. But one could not judge a book by its cover. He was a famous rank 7 Gu immortal expert. He was on par with the demonic path's free scholar and Pai Shuihan. New Air Gu's attack. This angered the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. At once, over 100 Iron Crown Eagles charged towards him. New Air Gu was shocked. He did not expect himself to attract so much hatred. The eagle group flew over, casting a heavy shadow that covered New Air Gu's vision. In the midst of danger, New Air Gu quickly activated his tribe's signature immortal killer move. His stomach suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by 5 to 6 times, making New Air Gu look like a pregnant woman. New Air Gu stretched out his hands, slapping his stomach. Boom! With a loud sound wave, the eagle group's charge slowed down. Boom boom boom. There were 3 consecutive loud bangs, and the sound waves came one after another. The eagle group's momentum was hindered even further. The dense formation became uneven. New Air Gu let out a strange cry, and the surrounding Iron Crown Eagles suddenly felt dizzy. Then, he hurriedly flew through the gaps in the flock of eagles and finally escaped the encirclement of the eagles. After chasing for a while, the flock of eagles returned to the sky. New Air Gu had already landed on the ground. He was sweating profusely as he looked up at the sky. His stomach had gone down, but there was still a lingering fear in his heart. A teasing voice came from the side. New Air Gu, why are you in such a sorry state? New Air Gu followed the voice and saw that the person was over 8 feet tall, with scarlet eyes, dark blue skin, purple hair, and a mouth full of sharp teeth. New Air Gu snorted coldly. Don't be sarcastic, Guan Chou. He had guts. You should do the same thing as me. Guan Chou sneered. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. I'm not as stupid as you. New Air Gu was enraged. He glared at Guan Chou, his eyes spewing fire. Guan Chou sneered and looked at him fearlessly. New Air Gu was a famous righteous path rank 7 expert. He cultivated sound path. And Guan Chou was not weaker than him. He cultivated transformation path. These 2 were Gu immortals from New Air clan and Guan clan respectively. Their background and forces were about the same. As expected of a famous expert, Even though he is in a sorry state, he is completely unharmed. He Rua saw this scene and quickly retracted her gaze. New Air Gu is here, and Guanzhou is also targeting these Iron Crown Eagles. It seems that the cultivation resources on the ground are almost all gone. He Rua quietly retreated. She only had rank 6 cultivation level and was a demonic path Gu Immortal. She did not dare to get too close to these two righteous path experts. The battle situation in Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to change. The flames of war raged in the sky. Battles of all sizes were happening in every corner. Some battles only ended in victory or defeat, while some were life and death battles. Some had huge gains, while others were escaping with heavy injuries. The cultivation resources on the ground and underground of the Blessed Land were getting lesser and lesser. Some bottom-tier Gu Immortals were also eliminated. They were either dead or injured. Some wisely chose to retreat, while some seemed to have methods to preserve their lives. They concealed themselves and observed the situation. More and more Gu Immortals were looking at the sky. Countless greedy gazes were unrestrainedly sizing up the Iron Crown Eagle group in the sky. There was also the vague spherical wooden eagle nest that was concealed by the Eagle group. The Eagle group was huge. This was the accumulation of He tribe for many years. They had spent a lot of effort, energy, and wealth. It could be said to be the #1 resource in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Even the likes of New Urgu would find it hard to block the Iron Crown Eagle's attacks. There were simply too many of them. Of course, it was also because New Urgu did not want to expend too much immortal essence. His pair of goldfish eyes looked around. Seeing that more and more Gu Immortals were gathering, he shouted, "There are too many Iron Crown Eagles. He tribe's Gu Immortals have not appeared yet. Everyone, let's attack together and divide this Eagle group." "I agree with that." Free Scholar was the first to respond. The two were of the righteous path and demonic path respectively, but in the current situation, they had reached a tacit agreement to deal with the Eagle group and get the benefits first. The Eagle group was huge. There were also many Gu Immortals. If they attacked together, these Iron Crown Eagles would be meat on the chopping block. It was unknown who made the first move, but the battle between humans and eagles began. The sky was filled with attacks, one after another. Waves of eagle cries were sharp like diamonds. Human voices were equally loud. Earth, water, wind, and fire surged, lightning flashed, and golden light flew. Outside the Blessed Land, Gong Air sat in Golden Dawn Hall, looking down. In his vision, there were all sorts of colors. It was like fireworks that were blooming in the sky. But these fireworks concealed terrifying killing intent. From time to time, Iron Crown Eagles would lose their lives, their flesh and blood would be torn apart. There were also Iron Crown Eagles that were captured alive. Gong Air's eyes shined with bright light. All sorts of battles, scenes of righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals fighting were all secretly used by him. He recorded them down in detail. This information was very precious. Ever since the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower, a large number of immortal Gu were obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. After Qin Bai Sheng's auction, the Gu Immortals exchanged for the cultivation resources they wanted. After this period of preparation, many Gu Immortals' methods had changed. Their battle strength could not be compared to the past. There were Gu Immortals who acted the same way as Gong Air. There were many. Everyone had the same thoughts. Information was very important. Be it super forces or lone Gu Immortals, they would not be able to resist. Most of the time, knowing what the enemy's immortal Gu was, one could easily deal with them. Even if there was no way to deal with them, it was good to be prepared. The Gu Immortals dealt with the Iron Crown Eagles while observing the surroundings, collecting information. Under the intense battle, there were turbulent undercurrents. The Gu Immortals evaluated themselves and their opponents. They confirmed their position in the current Gu Immortal world. After this period of cultivation, were they strong or weak? Who could they bully and who could not be provoked? The Iron Crown Eagles were only for the immediate benefits. The information gathering was for the future. Gong Air watched for a while, feeling increasingly impatient. The 3 Baizu tribe Gu Immortals beside him had fought with He tribe until now. They were not showing any signs of moving. This time, he brought Gong Tribe's Golden Dawn Hall. He wanted to obtain the greatest benefits. It was worth the trip. Gong Air could not bear it anymore. He pointed downwards, saying to the Gu Immortals around him, Iron Eagle Blessed Land is getting worse. There are over 1,000 holes. But right now, none of He Tribe's Gu Immortals are here. There is something fishy. Go down and help your comrades. Guard against He Tribe's schemes. Our Gong Tribe is the leader of the righteous path after all. We have the responsibility to protect it. The 2 Gong Tribe Gu Immortals acknowledged the order. The 3 Bai Zhu Clan Gu Immortals sitting at the side found it funny. This He Tribe battle had a predetermined outcome from the start. Even if there was something fishy, there was no danger. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals' style was like this. They were clearly acting for their own benefits, but their excuse was righteous. At the same time, at the highest point of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, He Tribe's Gu Immortals were gathered, looking at the battle below them with heavy moods and unsightly expressions. Why is that person not making a move yet? At this point, there is no movement at all. Don't tell me the previous agreement is no longer valid? Several He Tribe Gu Immortals questioned, feeling uneasy. That person has agreed with his status. He should not go back on his words. Let's watch first. This time, we have set up 3 lines of defense. The Iron Crown Eagles are only the first. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder and second Supreme Elder spoke, calming the Immortals down. Hirua turned into a desolate beast peacock, flapping her wings as she fought against the 3 Iron Crown Eagles. This was a small corner of the huge battlefield, and she was only an inconspicuous member among the countless Gu Immortals. Without rank 8s, rank 7 experts were in the limelight. There were also some rank 6 experts who were trying to take advantage of the situation. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted over. Hirua's heart jumped. She quickly held her breath. I'm poisoned. Realizing this, Hirua quickly used her Gu worms to heal herself. The 3 Iron Crown Eagles cried out in pain. Suddenly, they could not muster up any strength. They fell to the ground powerlessly. A figure flew into the sky, catching these 3 Iron Crown Eagles and stuffing them into his immortal aperture. It was Old Monster Corpse Poison. He laughed strangely, purple chi coiling around his body. After taking care of the 3 Iron Crown Eagles, he looked at Hirua with a gaze filled with evil desires. Hirua's heart shook. She felt a bone-chilling cold. Little girl, come over here. Old Monster Corpse Poison blew a breath of air at Hirua. Hirua had just suppressed the poison in her body, but when Old Monster Corpse Poison blew at her from afar, she lost control of her body and fell down powerlessly. I was too greedy. I wanted to get more Iron Crown Eagles. Most of my attention was on the Iron Crown Eagles, but I was ambushed by Old Monster Corpse Poison. Seeing that she was about to fall into Old Monster Corpse Poison's hands, Hirua felt despair. Right at this time, a sword light flew over. It was as fast as lightning. The sword light was powerful. After piercing Old Monster Corpse Poison's body, it flew out 100 steps and turned into Nian Air Pingji. Old Monster Corpse Poison flew into a rage. You little brat, how dare you keep pestering me? Chapter 11:15. With this interruption, Hirua suppressed the poison and escaped, regaining her life. Nian Air Pingji's body was tattered. One of his arms was rotten to the point only white bones were left. His face was covered in purple chi. He was deeply poisoned. But he raised his head and looked at Old Monster Corpse Poison, saying in a calm and arrogant tone, "Before the victor is decided, I cannot leave." Old Monster Corpse Poison was furious. There was a trace of regret in his anger. How did he offend such a lunatic? Which sword child in history is not a lunatic? But this one here is even crazier. Far away, Nian Air Fu shook his head, waving his chubby hand. An Iron Crown Eagle cried out in fear, flapping its wings as it tried to escape. But the power of Space Path was activated. The Iron Crown Eagle vanished into thin air, entering Nian Air Fu's immortal aperture. Old Monster Corpse Poison attacked Nian Air Pingji ruthlessly, but he placed most of his attention on Nian Air Fu. Nian Er Pingji only had rank 6 cultivation level. Even though he inherited a portion of Sword Saint's true inheritance, he could not match a rank 7 expert like Old Monster Corpse Poison. Nian Er Pingji was able to survive until now because of Nian Er Fu's help from afar. This Nian Er Fu was a space path Gu Immortal. He had unfathomable cultivation level and countless methods. He plundered resources and made a huge profit, while protecting Nian Er Pingji, preventing Old Monster Corpse Poison from dealing a fatal blow. Old Monster Corpse Poison felt more and more regret as he fought. There was a great opportunity in front of him, but he was fighting with a Gu Immortal, allowing countless resources to be taken away by others. Old Monster Corpse Poison had been famous for many years. He had a huge background. He had once joined a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch as a living person before betraying them. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance had tried to capture him but failed repeatedly. As Nian Er Pingji fought against Old Monster Corpse Poison, his fighting spirit soared. No matter how pathetic he was, he had already become famous. From now on, the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world would know that Nian Er tribe had such a person with incredible potential. Actually, if it were other super forces Gu Immortals, they would not offend a demonic path Gu Immortal like this. But Nian Er tribe was different. This Huangjin bloodline super tribe was different from other Huangjin tribes. Their clansmen lived in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. They did not occupy any territory in the outside world of Northern Plains. In this way, he had less to worry about. Even if the demonic path Gu Immortals wanted to attack, it would also be very difficult for him to succeed. After all, there were very few methods to enter immortal apertures. Even if they managed to enter, they would lose a lot of advantages in the opponent's home ground. Youth is truly beautiful. Nian Er Fu sighed. His voice was filled with vicissitudes of life, but his appearance was that of a chubby little boy. The combination of the two was very strange. Only Old Monster Corpse Poison knew how terrifying he was. In just a short period of time, Nian Er Fu had already made dozens of moves. Not only did he save Nian Er Pingji's life, he also successfully ambushed Old Monster Corpse Poison a few times. After capturing a few more Iron Crown Eagles, the road in front of Nian Er Fu's eyes was clear. A huge spherical wooden eagle nest was floating steadily in the air. There was nothing to guard against. I've long heard that He tribe has a unique rearing method. They can use all kinds of metals, ores and other immortal materials to increase the Iron Crown Eagle's reproduction rate and speed up their growth. What rare ores and immortal materials are inside this eagle nest? Nian Er Fu was about to move when his expression froze. A figure flew out of the eagle nest in front of him like a gust of wind, flying far away. Demonic Path Gu Immortal Hui Feng Zi. This person was a rank 7 wind path expert. He was publicly recognized as the fastest person in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang could not do anything to him. He had joined Shadow Sect and Celestial Court. His identity as a traitor had not been exposed yet. In this chaotic battle, Hui Feng Zi was like a fish in water. He was not just fast. He was also agile. He displayed the greatest advantage of wind path to the extreme. Soon, Nian Er Fu saw Hui Fengzi easily pass through the layers of obstacles and enter another eagle nest. Sigh, this lad. You are simply blocking my path to riches. Nian Er Fu looked at Nian Er Pingji as he sighed to the sky. The battle between humans and eagles was coming to an end. The number of Iron Crown Eagles decreased. Gu Immortals entered the spherical wooden eagle nests one after another. Good. It is actually the rank 7 immortal material domination copper. Gu Immortal Sure Ho shouted in joy. He had great gains. Damned Hui Feng Zi, he dared to steal my things. Meng Ji shouted angrily. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Hui Feng Zi, who was flying far away. Hui Feng Zi did not say anything, but he was feeling very puzzled. I did not touch that eagle nest. It seems that there are many Gu Immortals like me. I am the scapegoat for them. In each of the spherical wooden eagle nests, there was a rank 7 immortal material. They were either metal or veins. And most importantly, there was a lot of it. The Gu Immortals had great gains. They all had joyful expressions. This was simply a feast. He tribe's painstaking effort was going to be split among them. The stronger the Gu Immortal, the greater their gains. The strong preyed on the weak in the Gu Immortal world. This was a perfect example. He tribe's Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the spherical wooden eagle nests. Some were emitting thick smoke, some had fallen to the ground, some were damaged and spinning in the air. These eagle nests were once the pride of He tribe. They were the symbol of their tribe's strength. But now, they were being trampled and looted by others. Anger, unwillingness, hatred, fear. All sorts of emotions were weighing down on He tribe's Gu Immortals. They could not even breathe. Enough! A He tribe Gu Immortal suddenly stood up. He had a large body. He looked around fiercely before fixing his gaze on First Supreme Elder. How long are you going to wait? Are you still counting on him? Can't you tell? That person pretended to agree to our terms. We will not take away any resources and will be trapped in the blessed land. We cannot leave. This is clearly a scheme. He is toying with us. Everyone, where is your courage? Are you not angry? Are you not filled with hatred? Are you going to sit here and wait for death? Or fight bravely? This is our home. But now, these outsiders are plundering and looting us. Taixing, Second Supreme Elder, had a complex expression. He called out to this He tribe Gu Immortal who was scolding the Immortals. First Supreme Elder, say something. He Taixing's gaze was imposing. He stared at He tribe's First Supreme Elder. The Immortals' gazes gathered on First Supreme Elder's face again. He tribe's First Supreme Elder was silent for a while before speaking. In this situation, resources are all external objects, so what if we give them up? If not for that person, He tribe would have no place in Northern Plains at all. Let's wait and see. He Taixing heard this and his body shook. He breathed in deeply as he stabilized himself. At once, he did not feel anger in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of sorrow. Seniors, this junior is untalented. I think Lord He Taixing is right. At this time, a rank 6 Gu Immortal from He tribe stood up. This junior thinks so too. If we do not fight now, when will we? At most, we will die. More and more He tribe Gu Immortals walked out. He Taixing felt a surge of energy in his heart upon seeing this, and his eyes regained their sharpness. The Second Supreme Elder's face was filled with astonishment. The First Supreme Elder remained silent. He Taixing suddenly raised his head and laughed. 3 lines of defense? Even if we have 30 lines of defense, what can we do in this situation? Let's go. Let us face these enemies. How can He tribe's glory be tarnished? He tribe's things are not so easy to take. They will pay the price in blood. He Taixing walked with his head held high. He turned around and left the hall. 7 or 8 He tribe Gu Immortals were silent. They had stern expressions as they followed behind him. First Supreme Elder, are you not going to persuade them? Third Supreme Elder was restless. Forget it, let them go. First Supreme Elder sighed. He seemed to have aged 100 years. He tribe's first line of defense was broken. The Iron Crown Eagles were either dead or injured, none were left. The Gu Immortals flew into the sky. They saw the Dragon Eagles. A large number of Dragon Eagles formed the second line of defense. So many Dragon Eagles. Someone's eyes shined. Even though the number of Dragon Eagles is not as large as the Iron Crown Eagles, it is still a huge fortune. Someone evaluated. Some impatient Gu Immortals had already started to attack. The Gu Immortals gasped. Many of them had surprised expressions. They gradually found something strange. There is something wrong with these Dragon Eagles. That's right, I have interacted with ordinary desolate beast Dragon Eagles before. How could they be so troublesome? The life force of these Dragon Hawks is stronger and they are faster. Could it be that the rumor is true? The Immortals were reminded of this. They recalled that 50 to 60 years ago, there was a rumor in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world that He tribe had a huge breakthrough in raising Dragon Eagles. They had created a brand new desolate eagle. It looked like a Dragon Eagle, but it was not. These are not Dragon Eagles. They are Resonance Eagles. These eagles were not created by He tribe. They are the blood and sweat of my Qiao tribe. A Gu Immortal cried out in pain. Everyone looked, it was Xiao Dong. This immortal was also a righteous path Gu immortal. He was Xiao tribe's first supreme elder. Xiao tribe was He tribe's vassal. A long time ago, Xiao tribe wanted to leave He tribe, but He Qing stopped them and taught them a lesson. No wonder Xiao tribe and He tribe were in conflict. There was an inside story. The immortals had different expressions, but they did not say anything about this. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. This was very normal. Moreover, this Xiao Dong could become an immortal because of He tribe's support. Now that He tribe was in trouble, he came to attack Iron Eagle blessed land. Most of the righteous path Gu immortals and Huang Jin tribe's supreme elders looked at Xiao Dong with cold and hostile gazes. They were very disgusted with such a traitor. But behind Xiao Dong was Lu tribe's Gu immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. It was obvious that Xiao Dong had sided with Lu tribe. Lu tribe and He tribe had a bad relationship. Xiao tribe was He tribe's vassal, but now that He tribe was about to fall, it was not strange for Xiao Dong to side with Lu tribe. Traitor, die! Right at this moment, a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded out. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye. A shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Xiao Dong. At that moment, Xiao Dong could not move, he could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Zhuanshen appeared in front of Xiao Dong. His body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. "Hey Tai Xing with me here, you cannot touch Xiao Dong." Lu Zhuanshen looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He tribe's Gu immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Tai Sheng at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Zhuanshen. He smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Zhuanshen was shocked. He turned around to look. Xiao Dong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear. He had no life force. He was dead. Immortal killer move. Life absorption eerie darkness. Lu Zhuanshen first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and He Tai Xing were old rivals. They had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily. He had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Zhuanshen had never seen He Tai Xing use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Zhuanshen understood. This old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die. He wanted to kill as many as he could. After He Tai Xing killed Xiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him soared. He Tai Xing was a veteran. He used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups. They were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu immortals occupied one area. They attacked and defended. With the Gu immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge. Moreover, He tribe was weak. Their only immortal Gu house dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City rampage. The situation had already been decided. He tribe's Gu immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you." Pai Shuihan was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand, and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Tai Sheng. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, River Flow." A He tribe rank 6 Gu immortal shouted. He Tai Sheng chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shuihan as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shuihan would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Tiesheng's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The white frost river was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Eben Sheng's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu Immortals and entered Iron Eagle Blessed Land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot. Now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Taixing's head. But He Taixing did not move. He did not even turn around, he waved his sleeves behind him. Immediately, dark light surged like a tidal wave, sweeping up Huang Di. He flew far away. Huang Di struggled to get out of the black tide. He had a shocked expression. His 7 orifices were spewing out black blood. He burrowed into the ground without even turning around, vanishing. A mere rat wants to fly? He Taixing scoffed. He looked around and shouted, "Who's next?" Nobody came. He Taixing had shocking battle strength. He was much stronger than Pai Shuihan and the rest. And the Immortals could tell that this person was determined to die. He had surging battle intent. He charged forward with an indomitable will. In this state, his battle strength was even more terrifying. Why did the Immortals come to Iron Eagle Blessed Land? To get rich. Since they wanted to get rich, why would they fight to the death with this person? The Gu Immortals made way for He Taixing. They went to other places. The battle unfolded. On one side, the righteous and demonic factions were working together. They had the advantage in numbers. On the other side, He Tribe's Gu Immortals had the terrain advantage. They had a large number of desolate beast resonance eagles as helpers. The battle raged on. He Tribe's Gu Immortals were determined to die. They were defending their homeland. They had high battle intent. The righteous and demonic Gu Immortals wanted to get rich. They did not want to fight to the death. They were restricted. The intelligence of Gu Immortals was not something the Iron Crown Eagles could match. At once, the second line of defense was impregnable. He Taixing saw that no one was attacking him. He took the initiative to attack. Meng Ji die. He Taixing shouted angrily. He pounced at the nearest Meng tribe rank 7 Gu Immortal. "Humph, why would I fear you?" Meng Ji was courageous. He retaliated. Boom boom boom. Both sides fought. The sky exploded, air currents rumbled. After a few rounds, Meng Ji, who was proud of his bravery, turned around and ran. He was courageous, but He Taixing was no longer courageous. He was a lunatic who did not fear death. In his battle with Meng Ji, he had been trading injury for injury, trading life for life. After a few times, Meng Ji could not take it anymore. He retreated. He Taixing was about to chase when he heard He Tribe's Gu Immortals calling for help. He went to help them. "Guanzhou, take this." He Taixing pounced. Dark light flowed around him, engulfing the surroundings. Guanzhou was a transformation path Gu Immortal. He turned into a lion. He shouted loudly, colliding with He Taixing. At the next moment, Guanzhou's lion form was sent flying like a broken sack. He Taixing pounced again. Guanzhou let out a strange cry and quickly transformed into a small bird, shooting away like lightning. "Coward!" He Taixing snorted coldly. He could not catch up. Looking around, He Taixing's gaze landed on the nearest rank 7 Gu Immortal, Lu Zhuanshen. Lu Zhuanshen was very alert. He saw He Taixing coming. He immediately retreated. He Taixing chased after him. Lu Zhuanshen led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered. He left immediately. Lu Zhuanshen led He Taixing to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered. A three-way battle ensued. Boom boom boom. A moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Zhuanshen and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Taixing continued to fight everywhere. He was unstoppable. In the sky, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder sighed. Taixing, this child. He knew that He Taixing had a forbidden move. He could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line. The righteous and demonic Gu Immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Taixing made many Gu Immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taixing was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, He tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight to the death. They fought until the very last soldier, until only He Taixing was left. He was bathed in blood. He stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him. He laughed heartily. Good, come and take my life. The immortals looked at each other. No one attacked. Lu Zhuanshen had a complex expression. He knew that He Taixing was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended. There was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack. He Taixing grinned. Then let me. Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad He Taixing. Strong He Taixing. Once He Taixing died, the immortals had no more obstacles. They charged towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies. Without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point, they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky. They imitated He Taixing and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. 4 supreme elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence. Who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree. Some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests. He obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air. A 13th eagle nest appeared. It attracted a lot of attention. The immortals shouted as they pounced. This is mine. Chu Du actually appeared, blocking in front of the immortals. Ah, domination immortal. The immortals were moved, they stopped moving. Chu Du was stronger than He Taixing. Lu tribe was a super force, but they could not do anything to him. In the huge northern plains Gu immortal world, only people like Qin Baisheng could match him. Up until now, everyone was not in a good state. And Chu Du seemed to be fighting for the first time. At once, no one dared to move forward. Chu Du successfully intimidated the immortals. He was about to take this mysterious 13th eagle nest. Green City Rampage charged over, his voice was like thunder. Chu Du, you dare to move? Chu Du smiled coldly. Why not? Boom. Both sides fought fiercely. Green City Rampage's giant was actually sent flying by Chu Du's punch. Even though the ancient battle formation is powerful, it is based on humans. In your current state, you are not my match. Chu Du stood proudly looking at the immortals. The immortals' gazes were ready to move, but they were also hoping that someone else would make a move first, so that they could take advantage of the situation. A disorderly mob. Chu Du commented. He attacked again, grabbing at the eagle nest behind him. Suddenly, a shocking change occurred. An immortal Gu house appeared, smashing towards Chu Du's forehead. Mortal thatched hut. A Gu immortal shouted, recognizing that this was once Dong Fong tribe's immortal Gu house. Scram! Chu-Du raised his palm, shouting like thunder. Boom! With a muffled sound, mortal thatched hut was actually sent flying by his palm. Gasp! Everyone took in a deep breath. Chu-Du successfully kept the 13th eagle nest into his immortal aperture. Next, he focused his gaze on Green City Rampage. The 4 great supreme elders were in despair. Wait! Just as Chu-Du was about to deal the killing blow, a grand voice resounded in the surroundings. An unparalleled aura, like an invisible mountain, came crashing down with a boom. Rank 8 Gu Immortal, Heavenly Lord Baizu. The immortals were shaken. The same name appeared in their minds at the same time. At this point in the Battle of He Tribe, a rank 8 Gu Immortal had finally appeared. It was not accurate to say that he appeared, they could only hear his voice, but not see him. Didn't they say that the rank 8 great experts had already reached an agreement, they would not take action personally? Some righteous path Gu Immortals who knew the inside story were confused. At the next moment, the immortals heard Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice. He Tribe's battle has ended, the survivors of He Tribe have all joined us. From now on, this place will be our Baizu tribe's territory. We are willing to give up our tribe name and change our surname to Baizu. He Tribe's elders echoed. The immortals were shaken. This was no small matter. The situation of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world had changed. The smart ones knew. Heavenly Lord Baizu said this because he had already reached an agreement with the other rank 8 great experts. No need to leave, I will hold a banquet here for 3 days and 3 nights to entertain everyone. Heavenly Lord Baizu said. He Tribe's surviving Gu Immortals had twitching expressions. This chaotic land that was still bleeding earlier was actually holding a banquet. This change was too sudden and huge. We are willing to celebrate Baizu Tribe, we congratulate Lord Heavenly Lord. The righteous path Gu Immortals quickly reached an agreement and spoke. The demonic path and lone immortals were restless. Chu-Du snorted coldly, it was extremely ear-piercing. He flicked his sleeves and left. Under everyone's gazes, he slowly flew into the sky. Chapter 11:17. Haha, Domination Immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chu-Du and Feng Zi were daring, they did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either, he watched as the two left. He Tribe's first supreme elder quickly shouted, Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi. But that Chu-Du took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has He Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless. They conversed in secret. He Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of He Tribe's history. He had led He Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again. He had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled, he wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle Blessed Land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. He Tribe's Gu Immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time. At this time, 3 Gu Immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals. During the entire He Tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines, they were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu Immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate. In an instant, Iron Eagle Blessed Land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it. It was not recorded in history. They realized, Bai Zhu tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Heir greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong clan's Gu immortal Gong Heir came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Heir was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He tribe's battle, Gong Heir had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Heir would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Heir heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Heir wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals ignored him. Bai Zhu tribe's 3 Gu immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Heir a way out. But these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Heir was representing Gong tribe now. He had no choice but to appear. He greeted Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, but he was extremely unhappy with the prince's impatience. Damn it, damn it. This time, I was defeated by the prince's impatience. Humph, his surname is not Gong after all. He is just a son-in-law of Gong tribe, an external supreme elder of our tribe. Generally speaking, it was rare for super forces with a family system to have a supreme elder who didn't share the same surname. They were not like Central Continent's super sects, which could easily take in external supreme elders. External supreme elders who joined super forces often had to have a close relationship with the tribe's Gu immortals. For example, husband and wife. Or perhaps they could become sworn brothers. Fairy Jiang Yu had once joined He tribe, but on the surface, she was He Cheng's concubine. Princess Impatience's true identity was a spy that Spirit Affinity House had placed in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He was in charge of overturning Imperial Court blessed land and controlling 88-point Xinyang Tower. In his early years, he had married a female immortal from Gong tribe. Later, with the secret support of Spirit Affinity House, he became a rank 8 Gu immortal and wandered outside, ignoring Gong tribe. Princess Impatience lived in Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. He ignored his former Gong tribe wife. He only lived with 2 female Gu immortals, Yu Lan and Lu Yao. Gong tribe was very unhappy, but Princess Impatience was a rank 8 existence. Gong tribe's Gu immortals could only swallow their anger. This time, while old ancestor Shui who forced Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to retreat, Gong tribe's Gu immortals thought of a plan. They spread the theory that Princess Impatience could defeat old ancestor Shuehu. Firstly, they wanted to use Princess Impatience's influence to raise Gong tribe's status in the righteous path. Secondly, they wanted to force Princess Impatience to oppose old ancestor Shuehu. If the two sides fought, regardless of victory or defeat, it would be beneficial to Gong tribe. This plan could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But how could a rank 8 Gu immortal be so easily targeted? This time, Gong Heir was taught a lesson. Princess Impatience secretly made an agreement with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had paid a price for it. Princess Impatience concealed this matter and did not inform Gong tribe in advance. He sacrificed Gong tribe's benefits to fill his own pockets. But at the crucial moment, he sent a message, not leaving behind any evidence. Gong tribe could only suffer this loss, who asked Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu to only target Princess Impatience. Gong tribe did not have a second rank 8, strength was the basis of an equal conversation. 3 Bai Zhu Gu immortals stabilized Iron Eagle blessed land. Not only did they stabilize it, they even started to repair it. For the next 3 days and 3 nights, Iron Eagle Blessed Land continued to hold a celebration. In He Tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu Tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this. It was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu Immortals attended this celebration. Other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these two, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He Tribe, the mysterious Gu Immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the Immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong Tribe Gu Immortals led by Gong Air were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Air took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, they could feel the dejection of the Gong Tribe Gu Immortals. Next was Nian Air Tribe. This superforce only sent 2 Gu Immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu Immortal Nian Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He Tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Meng Tribe, Yuan Tribe, New Air Tribe, Yi Lui Tribe, and others left one after another. Lu Tribe, Yao Tribe, and Guan Tribe, these 3 tribes Gu Immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Baizu Tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huangjin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Baizu Tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu Immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Baizu Tribe. If it were any other Huangjin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Baizu was a lone cultivator. The Lone Immortals and some Demonic Path Gu Immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened, He Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off. They were very polite. The Gu Immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves. After this battle with He Tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world had changed. He Tribe's Gu Immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu Immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Baizu made them do this. It was simply a humiliation. Among them, He Tribe's first Supreme Elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He Tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Baizu personally healed the other He Tribe Gu Immortals. He was the only one left. His face was pale. He dragged his injured body to send off the guests. He coughed out blood from time to time. He was in a pathetic state. He had lost all his face. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder knew clearly. Earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Baizu attack Chudu. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chudu's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chudu escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Baizu Tribe. But to think that Heavenly Lord Baizu did not attack at all, he knew this was my scheme, so he purposely punished me for the past 3 days. Sadness, pain, hatred, fear, all sorts of emotions mixed together, filling He Tribe's first Supreme Elder's heart. Finally, after sending off the final Gu Immortal, He Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals were summoned by Heavenly Lord Baizu. At the highest level of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, in the discussion hall of He Tribe, the Immortals met with Heavenly Lord Baizu. We pay respects to Lord Heavenly Lord. The Immortals stood on the spot and bowed. Thank you for your hard work. Heavenly Lord Baizu sat on the high seat, smiling. From today onwards, He Tribe's Gu Immortals will have to change their surname to Baizu. He Tribe's resources will be divided by the Northern Plains Immortals. It is a foregone conclusion. This is also the agreement that I made with the other rank 8s. In the future, you cannot use this as an excuse to look for trouble. The Immortals quickly acknowledged the order. Heavenly Lord Baizu paused for a moment before saying, "But He Fan's true inheritance is no small matter, it involves rank 8s. Even if I do not cultivate Time Path, I can use it as a reference. Chudu does not care about it, I already know the location of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After some time, I will be able to forcefully enter and take everything." Heavenly Lord Baizu did not look forward to inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. Even He tribe itself could not inherit this true inheritance, let alone an outsider like him. The true treasure was He Fan Grotto Heaven, as well as the resources accumulated in it. This was enough to move the hearts of any rank 8s. He tribe's first supreme elder heard this and was extremely shocked. The location of He Fan Grotto Heaven is the greatest secret of our tribe. Including me, only the 4 supreme elders know about it. How could Heavenly Lord Baizu know? Could it be that someone had secretly sided with him? Did they tell him this secret? Realizing this, He tribe's first supreme elder felt a chill down his spine, his body shuddered. With a plop, he knelt on the ground, prostrating towards Heavenly Lord Baizu. "I have failed in my task, I have sinned greatly. Lord Heavenly Lord, please punish me." "What sin did you commit?" Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down at He tribe's first supreme elder with a faint smile. He tribe's first supreme elder was covered in cold sweat. He could not say that he schemed against Heavenly Lord Baizu 3 days ago. It would be an offense if he said it. Thus, he switched to another topic. "In this battle in He tribe, we predicted that Feng Yuan would appear to take advantage of the situation. The entire battle, we have been using immortal methods to investigate. But we did not find any trace of him. It is my fault that we did not capture Feng Yuan." Heavenly Lord Baizu smiled. "Your investigative methods are truly unique. To think that you can directly identify otherworldly demons. I'm afraid that Feng Yuan did not come. It is a pity. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, I would not have to pay such a huge price." It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Baizu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Feng Yuan. The fact that Feng Yuan was the culprit of the imperial court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu Immortals also knew that Feng Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Feng Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous 4-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's 4 supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended, but they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's 4 supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, "Forget about Feng Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu immortals. Think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders." He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. "Heavenly Lord is magnanimous. You do not mind our subordinates' incompetence. we are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness. You are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had great methods. He wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He Tribe's 4 great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was extremely satisfied. He gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He Tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us. Their status has plummeted. It is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down. They will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first supreme elder of He Tribe has such an attitude. It is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up. I can spare his life. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not appear. Otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu paid a huge price. Thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Bai Zhu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also He Fan Grotto Heaven. If I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. I need to recuperate and stabilize the situation. This time, I have already provoked the sensitive nerves of the righteous path. If I attack He Fan Grotto Heaven again, the other rank 8s will not be able to sit still. Thankfully, this time, He Tribe spent all their wealth to feed the righteous and demonic immortals. The various forces are fighting and restraining each other. They will not find trouble with my Bai Zhu tribe in the short term. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu thought about it. At this moment, he clearly considered the situation of Bai Zhu tribe and himself. He could be said to have a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 11:18. Southern Border. Mountains stood tall. There was a continuous stretch of green. Mountain winds continued to howl. More than 10 Gu immortals were thousands of li apart, forming a huge circle. In the sky above this circle, an elderly Gu immortal was using his immortal essence, concentrating on setting up a formation. A huge formation had already taken shape. It covered a huge range of 100,000 li. It was covering a beautiful and dreamy lump of light. This huge lump of light was colorful and dazzling. It was the giant dream realm. After the battle of Etion Mountain, it had turned into ruins. Spectral soul was schemed against by providence. Fang Yuan obtained the fruits of his labor, while his main body was trapped in the dream realm, being continuously expended by the dream realm. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not know the details of the battle of Etion Mountain, they knew the huge benefits this giant dream realm represented. The Gu immortals here came from southern border's various righteous path superforces. After a difficult negotiation, they came to an agreement to control this giant dream realm together. This dream realm was too important. None of the superforces could monopolize it. They were also worried that the demonic path and lone immortals would come and take advantage of it, so the righteous path Gu immortals worked together to occupy this place and set up a super Gu formation here, to slowly divide the benefits of the dream realm. Rise! The elderly Gu immortal in the sky suddenly shouted. His body burst out with boundless light. Following him, the southern border righteous path Gu immortals also exerted their strength. A large amount of immortal essence was expended. Countless mortal Gu flew around. Immortal Gu flew out of the Gu immortals' hands, landing in suitable locations. Many Gu immortals were sweating profusely. They had nervous expressions. There were even people whose fingers were trembling slightly. They had been setting up the Gu formation here for 9 days and 9 nights. Evidently, the Gu immortals had reached a critical juncture in setting up this super Gu formation. They are about to succeed. Are we still not going to make a move? If we don't, sigh. There is no chance. There are Gu immortal experts hiding around them. I suspect there are even immortal Gu houses guarding them. In that case, a silent exchange unfolded. The demonic path and lone immortals also understood the value of this giant dream realm. Even without this dream realm, a mysterious battle had happened here. Maybe some Gu immortal remains or inheritances were left behind. They were all precious treasures. But the righteous path Gu immortals were extremely cautious. They did not give these demonic path and lone immortals any chances. Helpless, these Gu immortals wisely chose to retreat. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge beam of light shot up into the sky. The pillar of light appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. A grand super Gu formation gradually turned invisible, vanishing from the immortal's vision. You've worked hard for many days. I finally succeeded. The old Gu immortal in charge of setting up the formation descended slowly. The righteous path Gu immortals gathered together. In this Gu formation, my Wu clan is using 5 immortal Gu. Therefore, 30% of this dreamland should belong to my Wu clan. That makes sense. But my Luo clan's immortal Gu are no less than your Wu clan's. What are you talking about? Without all of us working together and expending immortal essence, can this super Gu formation be set up? In my opinion, in terms of contribution, my clan's first supreme elder, Lord Qi Chuyu, was the one in charge of setting up the Gu formation. He is the undisputed number 1. Even though the super Gu formation was set up, the righteous path Gu immortals had not decided on how to split the dream realm yet. At once, the discussions became louder and louder. They started to quarrel. There was no result from quarreling. The righteous path Gu immortals left on bad terms. They started to make plans for their own benefits. A few days later, Shangliang Mountain. XNCI greets Lady Qing Qing. Shang XNCI bowed. Shang Qing Qing looked at Shang XNCI, nodding in satisfaction. I was not wrong about you. You have been the clan leader these days. You have done well. Shang clan members are showing signs of loyalty. XINC's achievements today were all thanks to Lady Qing Qing's guidance. It's all thanks to Lord Qing Qing's guidance. Shang XNCI sincerely thanked him. Shang Qing Qing went straight to the point. I called you here because I have something to ask you. After you became the clan leader, the first thing you did was to get rid of the Black and White Demon's arrest warrants. Do you know? Your brother Black Demon is not Fangjing, he is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan? Shang XNCI was confused. She had not expected that Lady Shang Qing Qing would call her here to talk about her brother Black Demon. Shang XNCI became the clan leader of Shang clan. She had broadened her horizons. She knew many secrets. She even knew that this beautiful fairy in front of her was a high and mighty Gu immortal who looked down on mortals. This Gu immortal was actually talking to her about a mortal Gu master. How could she not be confused? Shang Qing Qing said solemnly, Excellency, listen to what I am going to say. Every word is important. Yes, I will listen to your teachings. This Black Demon Fangjing that you know, his real name is Gue Fang Yuan. He has a huge origin. It is not a small matter. He is elusive and extremely dangerous. He is a demonic path Gu immortal. He committed a huge crime. Now, not only southern border, even central continent, northern plains, eastern sea, and western desert Gu immortals are chasing after him. Shang Qing Qing said in a low tone. Shang XNC's mouth was wide open. She was dumbfounded. At once, she felt like she was hearing things. When did Brother Black Demon become an immortal? And even Lady Shang Qing Qing was so wary of him. Don't doubt your ears. Why would I joke about this? You had a relationship with the demon Fang Yuan. Tell me everything now. Shang Qing Qing asked. Yes. Shang XNCI finally regained her senses. She recalled, I first met Brother Black Demon in the caravan. He was actually a good person. He helped me out of trouble. As Shang XNCI recalled the past, she could not help but reveal a trace of gentleness on her face. Throughout the process, Shang Qing Qing listened quietly, not saying a word. After Shang XNCI finished speaking, she mustered all her courage and explained for Fang Yuan, Lady Qing Qing, I think there is a mistake? Fangjing, Brother Fang Yuan is just a mortal Gu master. How can he be a great demon that harms the world? Shang Qing Qing showed a mocking smile. If he is not a great demon, who is? His craftiness and viciousness is not something you can imagine. He caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains' Immortal world. Central Continent's celestial court could not catch him. Nobody knows where he is, what evil deeds he is doing, or what schemes he is plotting. Your relationship with him isn't as simple as you think it is. I can tell that he's scheming something. Do you know? Because of your relationship with him, my entire Shang clan is facing pressure from southern borders Immortals. From today onwards, you have to cut all ties with him, you have nothing to do with him. Be a good Shang clan leader, you can leave now. Xianxia had no choice but to leave. You are letting her go just like that? After Xianxia left, a figure appeared beside Shang Qingqing. This immortal was thin and had a dark expression. It was Shang Clan Immortal Shang Tan Mo. Shang Qingqing smiled. What else can I do? Shang Tan Mo said with a serious expression. We cannot believe her words, we need to soul search her and find out what happened. Shang Qingqing smiled even more brightly. Look at this. Saying so, she stretched out her hand from her sleeves. Her hand was pale, it was like a tree trunk, there were small flowers growing on her fingernails. Shang Tanimo saw this and was slightly stunned. I forgot, you have this immortal killer move, it is much more reliable than soul-searching. I already know about the relationship between that Fang Yuan and Shang clan. He came to Shang clan city to seek cultivation opportunities, as expected of someone who has spring-autumn cicada. This is not a big deal, he did not set up any traps. Shang Qingqing said. Shang Tanimo nodded, then I am assured. But, how do we explain to those people outside? Shang Qingqing smiled coldly. Them? They just want to obtain more dream realms, so they used Fang Yuan as an excuse to attack Shang clan. The results of my investigation are enough to shut their mouths. Shang Tanmo's eyes shined with bright light. He raised his head and looked far away. His gaze seemed to pierce through Shangliang Mountain, looking at the giant dream realm. Maybe, our Shang clan Immortals have been polite for too long, others think that we are not good at fighting. The situation was constantly changing. In Northern Plains, He tribe's battle had already ended, but there were still some lingering effects. The righteous and demonic factions, as well as lone immortals, had their own gains. He tribe was destroyed, Bai Zhu tribe replaced it, changing the situation of the Immortal world. And in southern border, the giant dream realm revolved around the righteous path Immortals. They worked together and were superior. They first excluded the demonic path and lone immortals. But in the righteous path, a battle to divide the giant dream realm was about to begin. No matter when or where, all sorts of scenes of pursuing benefits were happening. More than 10 days passed like this. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Fang Yuan placed his immortal aperture down. He looked up at the sky as he muttered, the third earthly calamity has finally arrived. Heaven and earth chi rumbled endlessly, there were no clouds or mist. The sovereign immortal aperture had a strange scene of peaceful weather. One by one, birds appeared out of thin air. Their bodies were glowing with a faint green light. They flew extremely quickly. In front of Fang Yuan's eyes, they were like long lines of light. The birds' cries were crisp and clear. They contained endless life force. Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He recognized this bird. Even though it was small and looked like a sparrow, it was a true desolate beast. This bird is very special among desolate beasts. It has a large number of rule path, life, Dao marks. But its lifespan is very short. After hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of spring Oriole, the grass grew taller. There were even some wild flowers in it. Chapter 11:19. The chirping of birds was crisp and sweet. They did not stop. In the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara, The desolate land that was covered in frost was now filled with endless greenery. The power of the earthly calamity was immense. After more than 10 breaths of time, the surrounding 100,000 li around Fengyuan had turned into a grassland of greenery. The vegetation was lush, there were many flowers and plants, it was like the world had changed. Fengyuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain with a solemn expression. He was on full alert. This was his third earthly calamity. He brought Danghun Mountain with him again. But the current situation was very strange. The spring aureole transformed from the earthly calamity's power was helping Fengyuan to develop his immortal aperture. Half a month ago, when Jewel Yellow Skies reopened, Fengyuan did not choose to take the risk of going to He Tribe. He returned to develop the sovereign immortal aperture. He managed many places, but Kokitahara was always used by Fengyuan as a place to undergo tribulation. It was not developed. But now, this earthly calamity was helping Fengyuan. It was out of Fengyuan's expectations. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fengyuan. But providence is unpredictable. It will not be so kind. There must be an ambush or follow-up. I will observe the situation for now. Fengyuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, observing carefully. Kokitahara was very big. The grassland formed by the earthly calamity did not cover the whole of Kokitahara. It only covered a patch of white land with Danghun Mountain as the center. Looking around, the greenery became denser. Soon, saplings were uprooted and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, this place was going to form a huge forest with a radius of 50,000 li. Fengyuan was surprised and overjoyed. The power of the earthly calamity was mostly destructive to the people of the world. This time, it was used to develop the immortal aperture. The effect was shocking. If Fengyuan were to replant this forest and grassland, he would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Spring orioles' lifespan was extremely short. They died one by one, turning into a dark green radiance that dissipated into the sky. But at the same time, a brand new spring oriole was formed, one after another. For a moment, the sky was filled with the silhouettes of these wild birds. There were many of them. Like a flock of sparrows, it was a magnificent sight. Wait! Fengyuan's expression suddenly changed. Go! He thought of something and shouted in a low voice, pointing with his finger. Suddenly, a sword ray flew out. As fast as lightning. Rank 7 Immortal Gu Flying Sword. Although Spring Oriole was fast, she couldn't keep up with this sword ray. However, it was nimble and didn't move in a straight line. It took Fengyuan some effort to destroy one. A surge of true intent followed, pouring into Fengyuan's heart. In an instant, Fengyuan seemed to have become a spring oriole, from birth to flight, and then to death. In a short period of time. After experiencing life and death, one's state of mind would change accordingly. Fengyuan completely absorbed this true intent. His eyes became clear again. He was now a transformation path grandmaster. Absorbing reckless savage's true intent was no longer as difficult as before. In the past, he was like an empty basin filled with buckets of water. Now that he was absorbing reckless savage's true intent, he was like a well that contained buckets of water. It was much easier for him. Fengyuan's brows furrowed. This time, he understood Providence's scheme. Fengyuan's earthly calamity was very special, because of the immortal tribulation tempering aperture and the northern icy plain. It caused his earthly calamity to split into two parts. One was Providence's control, the other was reckless savage's true intense influence. In the previous two earthly calamities, the portion controlled by Providence formed first, while the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared later. But in the third earthly calamity, the portion affected by reckless savage's true intent appeared first. This was Fengyuan's expectations. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Fengyuan suffered a small loss. Reckless savage's true intent was compared to the construction of blessed lands. Of course, the former was more important, the latter was secondary. Because reckless savage's true intent could directly raise his transformation path attainment level, and it could only be used during each tribulation, the risk and cost were very high. As for the construction of blessed lands, It could be done at any time. Providence knows about my vigilance. This is a good scheme. It is wary of my transformation path attainment level rising rapidly, causing me to waste a lot of reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but he was not discouraged. Like a bolt of lightning, he soared into the sky. In the air, his body shook as countless strength path phantoms appeared. Strength path killer move, myriad self. 10,000 of me charged over, forming a majestic tide of people, sweeping up the spring dawn jade orioles along the way. Spring oriole was a desolate bird after all. It moved freely in the crowd of myriad self, chirping continuously. Fang Yuan saw that myriad self was not effective. He quickly used another method. Immortal killer move, sword wave triple layered. Swish swish swish. Silver-white sword wave surged with endless sharpness as it pushed forward. Spring oriole's speed was slightly faster than sword wave. Fang Yuan's triple-layered sword wave killed a few, but the effect was not great. He frowned as he realized, the previous 2 earthly calamities let Providence know a lot about me. Be it myriad self or sword wave triple-layered, their weaknesses are known. This earthly calamity forms spring oriole. It targets these 2 killer moves. Providence purposely targeted them. It shows how deep their intentions are. In the previous earthly calamity, there were wind blades as well. But Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Mountain. Using it as a camp, it had a great defensive effect. But in the current situation, even though Fang Yuan brought Dang Hun Mountain, Spring Oriole was formed from reckless savage's true intent. Fang Yuan could not ignore it and defend. He had to take the initiative to attack, otherwise, he would lose his greatest gains. Thankfully, I retrieved Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 7 Immortal Goo. Sword light rampaged with a single thought from him. Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died at Fang Yuan's hands one after another, but even more Spring Dawn Jade Orioles died on their own. If it was not Fang Yuan who ended Spring Oriole, there would be no infusion of reckless savage's true intent. Providence purposely schemed this time. Fang Yuan was schemed against. His losses were not small. This was not just the loss of reckless savage's true intent, there was also the loss of green grape immortal essence. Even though Flying Sword Immortal Goo was powerful, it was rank 7, every time it was activated, it expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. But each attack could only kill one Spring Oriole. Fang Yuan was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was not effective. It seems that I will need new methods for the next tribulation. Old methods are becoming more and more useless. Fang Yuan could not help but think of Wisdom Goo. If the light of wisdom could be used, this problem would be easily resolved. With his Grandmaster attainment level and wisdom path methods, he could deduce an immortal killer move. It was as simple as drinking water. Unfortunately, even though Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body, he did not dare to take the risk. The earthly calamity continued. After 15 minutes, there were still endless spring oriole being produced. In Kokitahara, not only was there green grass, a huge forest had already formed. The forest was filled with towering trees that were tens of feet tall. Their trunks were like pillars. During this period, Fang Yuan tried other methods, like poison spitting. In the previous earthly calamity, this killer move was extremely effective, but this time, it was completely ineffective against Spring Oriole. Howl, howl, howl. In the vast forest, the trees raised their heads and let out a cry. Next, they suddenly rose from the ground and turned into giant tree men. Fang Yuan immediately noticed the changes on the ground. He sneered. It seems that this is the part that Providence controls. Fortunately, I was vigilant and eradicated half of the forest. Now it seems, my defense is truly adequate. Countless tree men pulled out their roots from the ground, charging towards Dang Hun Mountain. They were slow, but their bodies were thick and sturdy. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed. He chose to defend himself. He landed on the peak of Dang Hun Mountain, looking at the tree men charging towards him from all directions. Patches of green were thick and dense. It was like the entire forest was pushing towards him. He felt suffocated. Fang Yuan pointed with his finger. Probing attack. Flying Sword Immortal Goo charged forward. turning into a white rainbow as it pierced a distance of 50 to 60 li. All the tree ants along the way were pierced. These tree men stopped moving. But soon, their injuries healed, they recovered and continued to crawl towards Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave. The dazzling sword wave engulfed a large number of tree men with a loud sound. Not even a single fragment was left. The effect was great. But soon, the tree men at the back filled up the gap. Fang Yuan frowned. These tree men are not desolate beasts, but they are not far from it. Not only are they tough, they can also absorb life force and recover rapidly. As for where the life force came from, it was naturally Spring Oriole. Ever since the first earthly calamity, even though Providence could not control all of the earthly calamity's power, it could coordinate with the portion affected by reckless savages' true meaning. Last time, it was the cold moon and wind blades. This time, it was the tree men and Spring Oriole. They were both closely coordinated. The effect was extraordinary. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The poisonous gas spread in all directions among the tree ants. Dozens of tree ants moved slowly on the spot, and their lush green leaves were dyed purple. After a few breaths of time, their movements became slower and slower. Eventually, they fell to the ground with a loud thud. Their trunks and leaves started to rot, turning into a pile of rotten leaves. The effect of the killer move poison spit was also quite good. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan could not use this killer move continuously. There were strong repercussions. He had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Dang Hun Mountain's power. Their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died. Fang Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. This earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 1120. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fang Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil. New sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fang Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree man corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men. The intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal. Their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men. They became even more vigorous. The flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fang Yuan solve his problem? Fang Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke! Why would Providence help him? From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He subconsciously gritted his teeth. Giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now. This giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special. It was near Dang Hun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. He directly left Dang Hun Mountain. Anyway, he had landscape as before. As long as Dang Hun Mountain was destroyed, it could be restored. The problem now was how to destroy this tree. The giant calamity blazing tree was almost at the waist of Dang Hun Mountain. Sword marks targeting death. Sword wave triple layered. Poison spit. Fang Yuan tried several moves, but the effect was not ideal. Before the poison could even get close, it was burned clean by the flames. Flying sword immortal goo penetrated the entire blazing tree trunk and flew back to Fang Yuan's hand. This attack. The entire giant calamity blazing tree shook intensely, but it soon returned to normal. As for sword wave triple layered, it extinguished the flames and charged towards the blazing tree, cutting off many leaves. But soon, the flames in the sky returned to normal. The blazing tree rapidly recovered. Its injuries were gone in a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Immortal chi surged out of his body as he shouted, "Strength Path Giant Hand." There was a deafening rumble. A giant hand appeared out of nowhere, pushing the air aside. It grabbed at the blazing tree with an overwhelming aura. But the blazing tree was huge. It was almost half of Dang Hun Mountain. The Strength Path Giant Hand grabbed the giant calamity blazing tree, trying to lift it up. But Fang Yuan tried for a long time, but there was no effect. The giant calamity blazing tree's countless roots were like dragons and pythons. They dug deep into the ground and absorbed earth chi. It also relied on the spring oriole that was flying in the sky to replenish its life force. It was as stable as Mount Tai, unmoving. As time dragged on, the entire Strength Path Giant Hand started to melt in the flames. Soon, half of it was gone. Fang Yuan dispelled this giant hand. His thoughts changed as he thought of another plan. Rumble. A second Strength Path Giant Hand flew out, but this time, it did not grab the giant calamity blazing tree, but Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan could not lift the giant calamity blazing tree, but the Strength Path Giant Hand had the power of pulling mountain immortal goo. It could lift Dang Hun Mountain. Wind blew intensely. Dang Hun Mountain was pulled into the sky by Fang Yuan. He threw it towards the giant calamity blazing tree. A huge sound was heard. The entire ground shook intensely. The giant calamity blazing tree was pressed under the mountain. Its blazing flames were no longer arrogant. They only stretched out from the foot of the mountain. forming a huge ring of fire around the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the battlefield expressionlessly. The giant calamity blazing tree could not turn back. It was being tortured by the soul path Dao marks on Dang Hun Mountain, but its life force was extremely strong. It was still resisting and struggling. The blazing flames started to roast Dang Hun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Fang Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth qi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring, they stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Dang Hun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless. It was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Dang Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier. He could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the Immortal Aperture. Not only did they absorb earth qi, the sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Fang Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly, he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Xianxia looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Fang Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon? Xianxia muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader? A soft voice could be heard. Xianxia regained her senses. She saw Xiao Lan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Xianxia quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiao Lan muttered. I was rude, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Xianxia quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu Immortals now. This matter concerned Gu Immortals. He could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xnci. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiao Lan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Xianxia's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Xianxia was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Xianxia of his arrival. But soon he heard Xianxia's soft voice. Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Xianxia's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Xianxia did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question. Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Fang Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth. Calamities and tribulations are insignificant. Life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud, my will is one." Chapter 11:21. Time passed quickly. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Langya blessed land, inside the Cloud City. Fang Yuan was meditating in a secret room. Using connecting heaven goo, his divine sense was communicating with a certain female goo immortal's will in jewel yellow skies. The quality of your pill azure incense is clearly lower than the one sold by goo immortal Shizi. Lower the price. Fang Yuan bargained. But that female goo immortal was not like Fang Yuan. She did not spread out her divine sense to manage the business. What she placed in jewel yellow skies, other than the goods that she wanted to sell, was her will. Unfortunately, this will was the unyielding will. It was the most stubborn kind. As expected, the female immortal shook her head and refused without any hesitation. "This is the selling price. If you want to buy it, then buy it. If not, then forget it." Fang Yuan was not resigned. He continued to try. "Reconsider? I want a lot of goods." The unyielding will was stubborn. She did not give in. Fang Yuan was a little sullen. These last days he had been operating the sovereign immortal aperture. He had to transact with jewel yellow skies. Not only did he sell his own resources, he also had to purchase other resources. But after the third earthly calamity, he was clearly not doing things smoothly. The female immortal's unyielding will was one of them. This situation was still good. Recently, Fang Yuan often encountered goo immortals joining in and raising the price maliciously, or when there was a shortage of goods, they were cleared out by rank 8 great experts. Even though I have the protection of luck, during the third earthly calamity, I encountered the giant disaster blazing tree. It ruined a lot of my luck. Thinking of the third earthly calamity that he had just passed, Fang Yuan sighed. If not for the third earthly calamity, I would have thought about it for a long time and decided to cooperate with Chu Du. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Even if I passed it, I would have suffered heavy injuries and bad luck. In this current situation, it is just a slight hindrance. It is not a big problem for my cultivation. Fang Yuan quickly collected his thoughts and continued to negotiate with the female deity in the jewel yellow skies. Since the female immortal did not agree to lower the price, Fang Yuan could only pinch his nose and accept it. "Your pill azure incense. I bought them all." This female goo immortal was stunned for a moment. Fang Yuan was indeed spending a lot of money. For this transaction, he would have to pay close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones. However, Fang Yuan remained calm and collected. After a period of accumulation, he was very rich. Even though he had survived the third earthly calamity, he had expended a great deal of green grape immortal essence. As for the immortal yuan stone, he was still able to take out close to 10,000 pieces. After buying the Danqing incense, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and stopped paying attention to jewel yellow skies. After inspecting it carefully, he confirmed that there were no problems with the pill azure incense before moving it into the sovereign immortal aperture. His mind entered his immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fang Yuan had arranged strength path immortal zombies in every place. Soon, a strength path immortal zombie flew over under his control and used goo worms to receive the Danqing incense. There was no other way. His sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, he could only use these strength path immortal zombies. Whenever this happened, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Hu immortal land spirit and star form land spirit. If there was a land spirit, he could let the land spirit do the work for him, he would not need to worry about it. A land spirit was like the manager of a blessed land. It was very convenient to have a land spirit. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had never heard of a land spirit appearing in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture before they died. This Danqing incense. It was like a jade-colored smoke, it shrouded the entire area. Fang Yuan placed all of the Danqing incense into mini azure sky. It caused a large part of the sky to turn dark. Even though strength path immortal zombies could not smell it, the Danqing incense's fragrance was very beautiful. It was like the fragrance of ink or grass. It was elegant and distant. Fang Yuan arranged the Danqing incense. He set up some goo formations. These goo formations were made of mortal goo. They had no other use but to confine the Danqing incense to a certain area, preventing it from spreading. I stored so much at once, it is enough to feed change soul immortal goo 3 times. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. However, the pill azure incense could not be replenished by itself with every bit used. If he had to produce Danqing incense himself, it would be troublesome. The environment for Danqing incense to be produced required primeval essence, red crown crane groups, green pine forests, ink bamboo forests, as well as fragrance goo. These 4 types included beasts, plants, and goo. Not only that, there was a strict requirement for the quantity of each type. If there was more of them, they could produce Danqing incense. And this requirement was an industry secret. The Gu Immortals who sold this Danqing incense strictly controlled it. It was hard for it to be leaked. Currently, Fang Yuan could only store these pill azure incense and use it for now. Danqing incense was the food for changed soul immortal goo, but thankfully, there were many people selling this resource in jewel yellow skies. Fang Yuan had stockpiled such a large amount this time, it was enough to last for some time. After inspecting it again, Fang Yuan made some slight adjustments to the goo formation here. He took a final look and saw that in mini azure sky, there was a small patch of dense green spots. It was different from before. Even though Fang Yuan developed and constructed his immortal aperture, overall, the sovereign immortal aperture was still barren and barren. Most importantly, the sovereign immortal aperture space was simply too huge. The resources that Fang Yuan had invested in would have filled up the immortal aperture of other Gu Immortals. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture contained a lot of Dao marks, but to affect such a large area, the effect of the Dao marks was much weaker. Fang Yuan's divine sense that was left in mini azure sky. Danqing incense was arranged properly. It meant that Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development had reached a certain stage. Before this, Fang Yuan had already purchased several batches of resources, solving the problem of the food for sword eyebrows, wave sword, flying sword, and other rank 7 immortal goo. The feeding of rank 8 and 7 immortal goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 immortal goo when I construct my immortal aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When Gu Immortals construct their immortal aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their immortal goo and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a strength path immortal zombie before. His immortal aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 immortal goo. Next were those rank 6 immortal goo. It had to be said, Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan needed to raise so many immortal goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other goo immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's goo immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains goo immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Xinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huang Jin bloodline goo immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert goo immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of goo immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's goo immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Baizu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Goo had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information path and wisdom path were good partners. Information path gathered information, while wisdom path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Goo was very impressive. Even the wisdom path Goo Immortal Xianxia Xen was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th Eagle Nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Goo were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Goo to replace it. The Goo Worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first two times, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Mo Yao wanted to use this Immortal Goo to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end, she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was only rank 7, but Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to break through to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Goo for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place, it was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden, only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time, he had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Chapter 11:22. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Inside Mini Purple Heaven. Whoosh! There was a faint purple light, it was hazy. In the huge sky, there was an eagle nest floating in the air. This eagle nest was like a 3-story building, it had no doors or windows, it was like a huge crystal cluster. It was a type of translucent crystal, every strand was as thick and long as an adult's arm, they were of the same color, forming this dense and seamless eagle nest. This crystal had an extraordinary origin. Fang Yuan recognized it, it was a heavenly crystal, a rank 8 immemorial immortal material. Heavenly crystals came from the sky, they were very light and could float in the air, they would not fall without external force. Not to mention what was inside the eagle nest. Just this eagle nest itself contained more than 500 kilograms of heavenly crystals. Just this amount of heavenly crystals had an enormous value. Evidently, this eagle nest was the 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. Its value far surpassed the other eagle nests in Iron Eagle Blessed Land, it was at the top of the list. After Fang Yuan and Chu Du worked together, Chu Du went to Iron Eagle Blessed Land, and at the final moment of the battle with He Tribe, he displayed great battle strength and snatched this eagle nest. However, before Chu Du left the battlefield, He Tribe's first supreme elder shouted loudly, letting everyone know that this 13th eagle nest was extraordinary, it contained clues to He Fan's true inheritance. This brought a lot of trouble to Fang Yuan. After Chu Du learned of this, he started to negotiate with Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan knew that he had to give in. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Eastern Sea's Information Path True Inheritance, this 13th eagle nest, as well as He Fan's true inheritance, their value combined. It was extremely huge. Even though Chu Du cultivated Strength Path, he would not give up until his death. But that did not mean he would not sell these things for a good price. Thankfully, Chu Du wanted Fang Yuan's method of passing tribulation. Fang Yuan used his greatest weakness. He deepened his cooperation with Chu Du. After spending a lot of effort and persuasion, the two barely came to an agreement. Chu Du used calamity beckoning to obtain a portion of Reckless Savage's true meaning from Fang Yuan. In the future, Fang Yuan would receive 30% of the profits from these two true inheritances. Chu Du is an ordinary Gu immortal. He does not want to cultivate Information Path and Time Path at the same time, so he is not very interested in these two true inheritances. You're not like me, who can cultivate the entire sect and can use any of the true teachings for your own cultivation. Even so, I also admired his decisiveness and his willingness to give up. Northern Plains Tyrannical Immortal is truly extraordinary, you live up to your reputation. Fang Yuan's thoughts ran wild as he inspected the eagle's nest. The relationship between him and Chu Du could be considered the most standard alliance of interests. Their friendship was shallow, and they were just using each other. Fang Yuan was still rather fearful of Chu Du in his heart. He knew that Chu Du was unwilling to give up and still wanted the immortal tribulation aperture tempering technique. Chu Du was brave and astute. He was definitely not a brainless tyrant immortal. With his bravery, he could single-handedly defeat the Gold family, the Lu family. The Battle of He Tribe made everyone feel helpless. His mastermind. They were not to be underestimated. After the Battle of Lu Tribe, he rarely appeared and had been silently nurturing his disciples. He helped them become immortals and absorbed Reckless Savage's true meaning. He negotiated with Fang Yuan. His eloquence made Fang Yuan realize this person's shrewdness and wisdom. Tyrant Immortal had great ambitions. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last two lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. He was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate: it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much. They soon parted. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path Immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. "I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed." Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path Immortal Zombie. He controlled a strength path Immortal Zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his Immortal Gu. The strength path Immortal Zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. Before He Fan died, he instructed his descendants that any He tribe member who became an immortal in the future had to learn his refinement path methods. After several generations of He tribe Gu immortals researched them, they gradually understood these refinement path killer moves were the keys to opening the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Many He tribe Gu immortals had tried to use these refinement path killer moves on the heavenly crystal eagle nest in order to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. Of course, these attempts had all failed, because they lacked the most crucial factor, attitude Gu. Among these refinement path killer moves, there was a crucial method to extract a trace of attitude Gu's aura. Only then could it be used. This crucial factor had obstructed the generations of He tribe Gu immortals. Nobody could inherit He Fan's true inheritance. He tribe's Gu immortals were not fools. After understanding this, they immediately started to search for attitude Gu. He tribe's Gu immortals worked hard. They gradually found some clues and gained progress. In the most recent generation, Su Xian's night elopement. She became He Cheng's beloved wife and joined He tribe as an external supreme elder. Her surname was not He. She could not know a huge secret like He Fan's true inheritance. But Su Xian's motive was not pure. With her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness' help, she stole a portion of He tribe's accumulated research results on He Fan's true inheritance. Using these results, she found some suspicious locations. Just as she was close to success, something happened. He Cheng killed Su Xian. Third sister's death caused second sister Fairy Lishan to fall out with her elder sister Blazing Heaven Demoness. Su Xian Air left behind a crucial clue and a large amount of immortal essence for her beloved daughter He Lulan. After He Lulan's immortal ascension, using these clues, she retrieved attitude goo that He tribe had lost for many years from the northern icy plain. But after a series of twists and turns, this immortal goo ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. It was used by him. These last few days, Fang Yuan had been familiarizing himself with refinement path killer moves. There were also disguises and transformations to ensure that nothing went wrong. Refinement path killer moves after refinement path killer moves. At times, they turned into fire, at times, they turned into lightning, striking the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Every strike caused the heavenly crystal eagle nest to tremble slightly, emitting a clear and loud sound. Gradually, the heavenly crystal eagle nest's tremors became greater, the sound it emitted became louder and louder, starting to resound in the sky. The final strike. Fang Yuan's heart could not help but jump. Under his extremely practiced method, a trace of attitude goo's aura was extracted, fusing into a transparent water flower that slowly flew towards the heavenly crystal eagle nest. The water flower smoothly fused into the heavenly crystal eagle nest, vanishing shortly after. The heavenly crystal eagle nest started to tremble, a bright light was emitted from deep within. Gradually, the entire heavenly crystal eagle nest was dyed into 9 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. The 9 colored lights soared to the sky and earth. It was so dazzling that He Cheng had no choice but to retreat a distance. Ring, ring, ring. The light gradually faded as the sound of wind chimes resounded in the air. In front of He Cheng, this heavenly crystal eagle nest that had been closed for countless years was finally opening up. Each heavenly crystal was moving step by step, continuously being disassembled. It made Fang Yuan think of building blocks or Rubik's cubes. The 9 colored heavenly crystals mixed together, embedded into each other. The heavenly crystal eagle nest slowly opened up an entrance. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. Chapter 11:23. Fang Yuan controlled He Cheng, walking into the eagle nest step by step. 9 colored lights flickered, shining on He Cheng's face. His vision was filled with heavenly crystals, creating a grand and beautiful scene. It was a luxurious and dreamy scene. The eagle nest was not big, it was like a small room. At the center of the room, there was a huge egg. Other than that, there was nothing else. He Cheng could be seen clearly. His gaze first focused on the big egg. This egg was the size of a teenager, it was oval in shape, the eggshell was like glass, reflecting the 9 colored lights of the heavenly crystals. It was a beautiful sight. But Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this egg was lifeless, it had no life force left. After realizing this, he stopped paying attention to it, he placed his attention elsewhere. He searched inch by inch, and after spending around 6 hours, aside from heaven crystals, he found nothing. How can this be? He Fan was a time path great expert. How could the true inheritance he left behind be an empty heavenly crystal eagle nest? Where are his time path immortal goo? And his immortal killer moves? Fang Yuan thought about it. Soon he placed his attention back on that dead egg. I'm afraid to find He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is the key, Fang Yuan guessed. At this point, the memories that he obtained from He Cheng were no longer useful. Fang Yuan had already surpassed all of He tribe's Gu immortals. He had reached a level that they had never reached before. To obtain He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to rely on his own hard work. He Cheng moved around the dead egg, using Gu worms. He observed and researched deeply. A moment later, Fang Yuan confirmed again that this was a dead egg. It was truly a dead egg. It was not a disguise. As such, Fang Yuan's earlier guess that He Fan's true inheritance was inside the egg was overturned. Don't tell me, He Fan's true inheritance was secretly taken away by someone else? There was an immortal Gu stored here, but someone got here first? Maybe I'm not the first to enter this place. Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was not impossible. The waters of this world were too deep. Fang Yuan no longer dared to underestimate anyone after his secret deal with Sixth Hair. Although he was a transmigrator, he was not the only one in this world. Those who did well. They had already become rank 9 venerables. Righteous Dao, demonic Dao, itinerant cultivators, countless elites, geniuses, heroes, and overlords had crossed the past, present, and future, shining like stars. As for Fang Yuan, he was only one star among them. Fang Yuan's conjecture wasn't just a wild guess. He also had a basis. According to the information obtained from Black City, He tribe's Gu immortals also realized that attitude Gu was crucial. They searched for attitude Gu while thinking of methods to imitate attitude Gu's aura. Deceive the activation of Heaven Crystal Eagle Nest. In He Cheng's memories, He tribe's Gu immortals did not succeed. But this did not mean that no Gu immortal had succeeded before. Perhaps some Gu immortals secretly opened the Heavenly Crystal Eagle Nest and took He Fan's true inheritance. No one else knew. In fact, they might not even be He tribe Gu immortals. This was an example. There were many examples in the historical records. The most well-known one was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. This person had the ability to steal. In his life, he had stolen many Gu immortal true inheritances. Countless forces hated him. Fang Yuan inspected it a few more times. He did not find anything. With his current methods and knowledge, if he did not find anything, there might not be any He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan was very disappointed. He was still hoping for He Fan's true inheritance to slow down the time in his immortal aperture. Of course, he had Chudu's help now. He did not need it for now. It was too flashy. He tribe's Gu immortals were not completely dead yet. Wisdom Path Gu immortals could deduce many things with their deductions. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. If those rank 8 Gu immortals were attracted, it would be terrible. Fang Yuan could not afford to offend them now. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he suffered a setback in jewel yellow skies. Because he was clearly aware that there was an existence by his side, and it was very likely that she could help him resolve his doubts. This was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit of Langia was formed from long-hair ancestors' obsession. The latter was a rank 8 Gu immortal, a refinement path supreme grandmaster. He was famous in history and had a great reputation. Which paths Gu immortals had the widest knowledge? Wisdom path, information path, and refinement path. Wisdom path Gu immortals could deduce all sorts of secrets. Information path Gu immortals were good at gathering information, while refinement path Gu immortals needed to know about Gu materials to refine Gu worms. As one of the few refinement path great experts in history, long-hair ancestors' knowledge was undeniable. Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask the land spirit of Xianxia for help. The process was not smooth. Fang Yuan was troubled by the land spirit of Xianxia for a long time. Recently, Xianxia's sect was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. They felt that he only cared about his own cultivation and did not contribute to the sect. Up until now, Xianxia's sect's plan to develop Tai Chiu was obstructed by the falling star hound. There was little progress. Fang Yuan, if you get rid of the falling star hound, you can read all the books in the sect. If you want to exchange, take out 100 contribution points. The land spirit of Xianxia's expression was cold. He said in a low tone. Fang Yuan smiled. I am willing to exchange. 100 contribution points was almost all he had. But even so, Fang Yuan wanted to exchange. He did not intend to go to Tai Chiu. The land spirit of Xianxia snorted coldly. He was about to flare up when Fang Yuan said, everything will be done according to the sect rules. First Supreme Elder is fair and just. Xianxia's sect's prosperity is just around the corner. The land spirit of Xianxia's chest was shaking in anger. His hair was standing on end. He breathed roughly and calmed himself down. I heard you have a deep relationship with 12th hair. I remember this child praising you everywhere. He recently challenged the falling star hound and was heavily injured. All his desolate beasts died in battle. He is in low spirits. Aren't you going to visit him? Thank you for First Supreme Elder's concern. Fang Yuan had a heavy and sorrowful expression. It was as if he was the one who was injured, not 12th hair. After exchanging the books, I will immediately visit 12th hair. Fang Yuan guaranteed. The land spirit of Xianxia was helpless. He could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan got what he wanted. He went to 12th hair's cloud city on the way. He did not see 12th hair, but a mortal Gu master. My city lord is not willing to meet guests. Please leave. Fang Yuan was rejected, but he did not leave immediately. He asked in concern. In the end, this mortal Gu master was very cold. Fang Yuan was not interested. He had to leave, helplessly. If not for the land spirit knowing everything in the blessed land, Fang Yuan would not have put on such a show. He knew clearly, how could a mere hairy man mortal Gu master treat him, a Gu immortal, like this? Evidently, the mortal Gu master had the support of a hairy man Gu immortal. This person was none other than 12th hair, who had a lot of opinions towards Fang Yuan. My relationship with Xianxia sect has reached such a stage. 6th hair's contribution should be part of this. Xianxia sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his cloud city, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 1124. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. Hei Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path Dao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Dao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Feng Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to He Fan paradise. It was the bridge to He Fan Grotto Heaven. He Fan's Grotto Heaven was left behind by He tribe's Gu immortals. In He Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. He Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own Grotto Heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of He Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, He Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations or tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Feng Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. He Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of He Fan. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to be unsealed. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely fast. Feng Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak, he would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Feng Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later, at a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture, He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Feng Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted, his face was filled with fear as he shouted, "You, what do you want to do to me?" In the past, Feng Yuan's soul searched him, that was fine. But recently, Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Feng Yuan and ended up in this state. He had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu Immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Feng Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value. Even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident. Feng Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Chapter 11:25. He Cheng's face twisted as he screamed miserably. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high now. His blood path and transformation path were both grandmasters. Thus, something that ordinary Gu immortals could not do, he did it in less than half a month. Counting the time, almost a month had passed. The 4th earthly calamity. There was still a little more than a month left. Now that everything was ready, Fang Yuan seized the time and immediately began to work on the bird egg. As he expected, under the effect of the blood path killer move, the lifeless bird egg immediately regained some vitality. As more and more blood flowed in, the life force became more exuberant, and it became more intimate with Fang Yuan. After a full 8 days and 8 nights, the eggshell broke open from the inside and a little bird came out. This little bird was just born. However, his body was not small. When he stood on the ground, he was at the height of a normal teenager. Little Eagle looked at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan with a passionate expression. His sharp eagle eyes were filled with childish admiration. It was like a baby meeting its biological parents. Come to me. Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and tried to speak. Little Eagle immediately jumped in front of the immortal zombie obediently and raised its head to look at him. Its eagle eyes were extremely black and pure, and it did not have any sense of defense. The immortal zombie stretched out his hand. He patted the little eagle's head. On the head of the little eagle, there was only a thin layer of yellow feathers, very sparse. Fang Yuan could touch its skin and flesh. It was warm and felt very good. As Fang Yuan stroked it, the little hawk obediently lowered its head and did not resist at all. Not only that, but the eagle's eyes also closed slightly, and its beak opened and closed, making cute chirping sounds, as if it was acting coquettishly to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already seen through many things. He praised in his heart, He Fan's methods are truly impressive. He actually erased this upper extreme heavenly eagle's memories and only kept its space path Dao marks. However, if I had my previous life's memories, this upper extreme heavenly eagle, a primordial desolate beast, would indeed not be easy to control. And this blood path killer move can actually enslave immemorial desolate beasts. No, it was not accurate to call it enslavement. The true effect is to make the primordial desolate beast extremely close to you. It is equivalent to the most reliable blood relative. If that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for it to carry me to He Fan paradise. As this thought lingered in his mind, the eaglet let out a few more cries. The cries were slightly urgent, and its body was also shaking. Are you hungry? Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie and retracted his palm. He then pointed at the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Then let's go and eat. The food of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was heaven crystal. Once the young eagle obtained permission, it let out a long and happy cry before it hopped over. With a light peck, it managed to peck off a small piece of heaven crystal. The little eagle held a small piece of heavenly crystal in its beak, but did not swallow it. Instead, it turned to look at the strength path immortal zombie that looked like Fang Yuan. The strength path immortal zombie smiled at the eagle and said warmly, "Quickly eat." The young eagle understood. It suddenly raised its head and swallowed the small piece of heaven crystal in its mouth. Then it continued to peck. The indestructible heavenly crystal, under its tender beak, was as fragile as tofu. Fang Yuan, who was observing from the side, could not help but feel some shock. Don't look down on this little bird. This was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young. Its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words. It seems like this was left behind by He Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fang Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat. After eating for a while, it would jump to the strength path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the strength path immortal zombie. It did not guard against it. After a few days, the heaven crystal eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fang Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Fang Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the heaven crystal eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe. Fang Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood asset immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Fang Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Fang Yuan left Langya blessed land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Fang Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Fang Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Fang Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Fang Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to Heifan Grotto Heaven, help me inherit Heifan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned. A certain part of its memories came alive. It screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Fang Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again. It carried Fang Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling. The wind was howling. Fang Yuan activated his goo worms. He sat on the eagle's back without moving. He was very satisfied with the upper extreme heavenly eagle's speed. It was not inferior to sword escape immortal goo. Most importantly, this upper extreme heavenly eagle was still a young eagle. It was far from adulthood. Its body had not matured yet. A true adult upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge. It was several times the size of a giant whale. Fang Yuan also estimated its current battle strength had not reached rank 8. Right now, it was at most rank 6. Even though it had a lot of space path Dao marks, it did not have any wild goo. The most important factor that influenced desolate beasts and desolate plants was their bodies. This was different from humans. The human body was not worth looking forward to. Desolate beasts had strong offense, defense, and recovery abilities. Not to mention immemorial desolate beasts. This was the first time Fang Yuan had encountered the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had thought that it would have rank 8 battle strength at birth. That was wrong. Even though he was slightly disappointed, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength in the future. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was in charge of traveling. Fang Yuan sat on its back, feeding it heavenly crystals every once in a while. At other times, Fang Yuan was not idle. He was analyzing Heifan. From He Cheng's memories, he already held Heifan in high esteem. In history, this time path great expert who brought He tribe to its peak was not simple. Fang Yuan recalled the process of him deciphering Heifan's true inheritance. It was like a battle between him and Heifan. This battle was not ordinary. It was a completely new experience. Heifan left behind refinement path killer moves, heavenly crystal eagle nest, upper extreme heavenly eagle's dead egg, hidden blood path killer moves, and so on. These made Fang Yuan deeply understand this time path great expert's vigilance, deep scheming, and proud nature. Goo immortals who could cultivate to rank 8 were not simple characters. Heifan was a top expert among rank 8s. Heifan's true inheritance was not easy to inherit. He tribe's Goo immortals had tried for so many generations, but they had not succeeded. Of course, the loss of attitude Goo was part of the reason, but it was undeniable that if it were anyone else, they would have failed. Only someone like Fang Yuan, who had deep foresight, combined with suitable fortuitous encounters, could explore step by step and advance step by step. Finally, he walked on the path to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Will I be able to inherit the true inheritance in Heifan Grotto Heaven? I have a feeling that Heifan's test is not over yet. But the more tests there are, the more it proves that the true inheritance is extraordinary. It is not a bad thing. It has a high chance of success. Jing Tua looked at Feng Jun. Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that blood light spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious? That's right, brother. Zhou Min also said, to deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Qianxia in the west, he has 3 Gu immortals under him. Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain, old man Qianxia is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation. Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. Even if brother looks down on old immortal Qianxia, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us. Third sister's words are reasonable. Jing Tua also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, to speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore. Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all. It was like nonsense. But the other 2 immortals had solemn expressions. Zhou Min said, brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain. You cultivate the luck path true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain, even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor. Your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation. At the side, Jing Tua added, that's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly. You will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right. Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhou Min and Jing Tua could understand him, that was good. After all, the blood light spirit suppression immortal killer move that he created could not be activated by himself. The 3 of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Jing Tuo's eyes brightened. No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side. Zhou Min immediately said. Chapter 1127. Far away, for Gu immortals arrived together. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant. It did not react. Feng Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the 4 Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Feng Yuan did not move. He was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Qianxia greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown. He wore a green-gray robe. His hair was white. After seeing Feng Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Feng Yuan had a thought. He quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title, Superior Immortal. My name is Hei Qing City. I was fortunate enough to obtain Hei Fan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Feng Yuan had turned into Hei Qing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel-yellow skies, even if He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though He Qing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal goo house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had all of He Cheng's memories, his disguise was perfect, there were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan with a look of praise. He Cheng was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had an elegant demeanor, many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than He Cheng's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the 4 Gu immortals, 2 were women. Seeing Fang Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal He Cheng has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years, you have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Fang Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tuo was flying at the front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Fang Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Chapter 11:28. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious, we will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully. No one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Fang Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, They are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are two groups of Gu Immortals here. One is led by old immortal Qianqi. The four Gu Immortals are related by blood. The other is the three Golden Orchid Immortals, Jing Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining two, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Feng Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow, the level of disputes was very low, Gu Immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to Northern Plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu Immortals had limited knowledge. Feng Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu Immortals could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. They did not even know of the existence of Jewel Yellow Skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor Hei Fan forbade them from coming into contact with Jewel Yellow Skies. After all, if he could communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The Immortal Succession Mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Feng Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The Immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion. It was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It almost occupied the entire pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion. There was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old Immortal Qianqi said, "Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet. It should be able to answer your questions." Feng Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while, he understood everything. Back then, Hei Fan's beloved granddaughter, Hei Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. Hei Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several Hei tribe Gu Immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor Hei Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before Hei Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus, he added a crucial point to his final method, that was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up with Hei tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find Hei Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that Hei Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, Hei Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor Hei Fan's mistake. But Hei Fan was still a rank 8 great expert. Before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the grotto heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. In terms of blood relations, she was old Immortal Xianxia's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Cheng, look at that lotus flower, its color is Lu Er's favorite. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique, it passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors, they were fragrant, it was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old Immortal Xianxia did not see Fang Yuan, Chen Lu accompanied Fang Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute, it is not seductive or flashy, it suits Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled. Chen Lu lowered her head, she had a shy expression as she said softly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Fang Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Chen Li's body shook, she wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Fang Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chen Li's face was red, even with her Gu Immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master, you." Fang Yuan took a huge step forward, his body was almost touching Chen Lu. Chen Lu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Fang Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Gentle words entered Chen Li's ears. By the time Chen Lu reacted, she was already in Fang Yuan's arms. Chen Lu raised her head, she saw that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, there was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chen Lu was extremely angry, she punched Fang Yuan's chest. "Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Lu Er." Saying so, she struggled out of Fang Yuan's embrace. Fang Yuan gasped as he took a step back, there was a look of pain on his face. Chen Lu quickly stopped, she walked over with a concerned expression. "Young master, what's wrong?" Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. "To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu Immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen." "So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Lu stomped her feet, all of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind, she looked at Fang Yuan's chest. "Does it still hurt?" "It is a small injury, it is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper, injuries are more troublesome." Fang Yuan smiled, he suddenly changed the topic. "However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days?" Chen Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic, she responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old Immortal Xianxia could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason, his excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash, his injuries were severe, he could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chen Clan's 4 Gu Immortals held a secret discussion. Chen Lu reported, "Ancestor, young Master He Cheng suddenly asked about your condition today. He can't wait anymore?" Chen Qi smiled. "Thankfully, I concealed it back then, he did not suspect anything. But as time goes on," Chen Lu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu Immortals looked at each other, they smiled. Chen Lu was loved and cared for by the elders, she was still very innocent, she did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old Immortal Chen Qi's condition, It was a subtle reminder. While he was thinking, the lifespan goo had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan goo in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan goo for now. Actually, the establishment of He Fan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan goo, thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when? Can it produce lifespan goo? Fang Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal goo for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, He Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan goo in He Fan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan goo can Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Langya Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan goo. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even if they had to sacrifice Feng Jioga, they did not hesitate. Lifespan goo was probably the main reason. Think about it, the old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan goo were to them. Fang Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in He Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth, it was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fang Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy. According to a normal person's strength, he could not lift it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this shadow's true appearance, Fang Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity, more accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin. It was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together. They were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants. They were all mortal goo. The first one was a mortal goo, so be it. Because it was a lifespan goo, in the eyes of many goo immortals, it was more valuable than immortal goo. But this was a mortal goo? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight, he could not recognize what goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fang Yuan felt that this was the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even if it was a mortal goo, it would not be too bad. Thus, he started to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fang Yuan's will, the ants scattered. The center of the ant ball was revealed. Fang Yuan's expression changed. His gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal goo. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also attract year beasts. Even if they were placed in the immortal aperture, it would not be useful. Because ordinary immortal apertures had tributaries of the river of time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the goo immortal's immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo were already very attractive to year beasts. Years flow like water, which could produce year goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to year beasts than immortal level year goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and years flow like water immortal goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fang Yuan understood all the goo worms. The main point was the following content. For example, if a strength path goo immortal mainly had strength path Dao marks, this time path killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a time path goo immortal used it themselves, it would be like He Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the goo immortal's time path Dao marks. The effect would be much better. Or for example, a low-grade blessed land and a high-grade blessed land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move. It was very similar to a year. It also slowed the immortal aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary mortal goo was month goo. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms. They could be compared. Other than day feels like a year and month feels like a year, there were two other immortal killer moves. They were called year feels like a month and year feels like a day. The first two slowed the immortal aperture's time, while the second two sped up the time. To extend the immortal aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Fang Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using day feels like a year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner. He could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat. He had room to maneuver. It was very important. But for now, there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain Dao marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chudu's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Fang Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. He Fan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Feng Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Feng Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered as set of killer moves. They are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. He Fan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Sword Escape was a teleportation immortal goo. If it was used to replace flying swords, the mortal goo needed for sword marks targeting death would not only need to be changed, the number would also increase greatly. This way, the activation of sword marks would be more complicated and difficult, the time needed would be longer, the chances of failure would be higher, the practicality would be lower. All in all, He Fan's goo nurturing strategy was very common, but it was not suitable for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's goo nurturing strategy was very accurate to him. But if other goo immortals tried to learn it, they would be courting death. Feng Yuan continued to read. In He Fan's true inheritance, after the immortal killer moves, there were mortal killer moves. There were many of these killer moves, most of them were time path, but Feng Yuan could not use them anymore. Mortal and immortal levels were different. Maybe in the future, when Feng Yuan fought against other goo immortals, he could use these as probing methods. But there was little use, because Feng Yuan already had many outstanding mortal killer moves. He had already grasped countless blood path and strength path killer moves. The only use of these mortal killer moves was to be used as a foundation for deductions. After mortal killer moves, there were some killer moves that were not created. There were immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. The degree of completion was different. Some were just pure inspiration or conjecture. This was the part that He Fan did not complete before his death. Deducing killer moves was an unavoidable and indispensable part of a goo immortal's cultivation. Feng Yuan took a look, but did not feel much sympathy. His time path attainment level was too low, wisdom goo could not be used. Moreover, Feng Yuan had many methods already, they were enough. Thus, the killer moves section came to an end. After I return, I need to spend a lot of time to practice these killer moves. Feng Yuan planned. Killer moves had a chance of failure. If they failed in an intense battle, the goo immortal would suffer backlash. If it happened at a crucial moment in the battle, it would be even worse. It was even possible that the success or failure of a killer move could affect the outcome of the battle. It could even be the difference between life and death. Thus, killer moves had to be practiced thoroughly. He needed funds for this. He needed to buy the supplementary mortal goo used to construct the killer moves. When he practiced, he would need to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal killer moves. He would need to practice them more than once. All of these needed money. Money. Thus, Goo Immortal's immortal aperture management was the most important aspect of cultivation. Economy was the foundation of military strength. Furthermore, wars were dangerous. There were calamities and tribulations. Unless there was a huge conflict of interest, goo immortals usually lived peacefully. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. 12th hair cultivates refinement path primarily, enslavement path secondarily. This time, he was the main force in dealing with the falling star hound. He was heavily injured before. He rested in bed for some time. All of this caused him to improve greatly, his mental state and aura have risen greatly. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled on the surface, replying, "Then I will wait by the side. I will personally witness Brother 12th's success." Hypocrite. You look like you have given up on the surface, but you must be very anxious inside, right? The other hairy man-gu immortals did not like Fang Yuan's amiable attitude. They muttered. Fang Yuan heard it, but it was as if he did not hear it. A group of people stood at the center of the main formation. The hairy men huddled together. Fang Yuan stood alone at the periphery. "Pay attention, I am going to activate the gu formation," 12th hair reminded plainly. He glanced at Fang Yuan, thinking, with one more person, the immortal essence expenditure will be higher during the teleportation. The hairy man gu immortals had calm expressions. They had used this teleportation gu formation many times. They were familiar with it. The gu formation activated, light shined brightly. It was a dazzling sight. Fang Yuan watched quietly from the side. The teleportation subformation in Taichio was personally set up by him. When he returned to Langya Blessed Land, he used the teleportation gu formation. It was easy for him to use it alone. But now, these hairy man gu immortals had a much harder time activating it. 12th hair continued to expend immortal essence. After a while, the gu formation finally activated. The dazzling aurora almost blinded everyone's eyes. A huge mystical force burst out. After a moment of daze, when the immortals looked again, they were already at Taichio. Fang Yuan turned around and sure enough, there was that enormous elephant corpse behind him. Immortal essence expenditure. It does not seem to be much. It seems that this Fang Yuan does not have a deep Dao mark foundation. He probably just has more battle experience than us. 12th hair glanced at Fang Yuan again, feeling disdain in his heart. "We can only win this time, we cannot lose." Set off. 12th hair waved his hand. He shouted loudly. The hairy man gu immortals responded softly. Their morale was high. They set off. Fang Yuan followed behind. To avoid conflict, Fang Yuan purposely stayed at the back, not getting close to these hairy man gu immortals. They did not advance far. Fang Yuan found his target. A falling star hound, it seems to be underage? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but then he saw the hairy man gu immortals charging towards it. "Big dog, we will definitely beat you up this time." 12th hair shouted loudly, battle intent surging in his heart. The falling star hound growled as it crouched down. Its mountain-like body suddenly burst out with shocking speed as it charged forward. The hairy man gu immortals were scattered all over the place. 12th hair was in a pathetic state. He shouted in anger, "Bastard, you dare to sneak attack. Come, let me fight you for 300 rounds." Saying so, 12th hair clapped his hands. A blue light blossomed from his hands, drawing a blue lake in the air. The blue lake floated in the air. Water gushed out as 3 desolate beasts emerged from the bottom of the lake. A bull beast, a tiger beast, and a bear beast. The bull was the chestnut yak, the tiger was the golden white tiger, and the bear was the diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts charged at the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle in the giant grass. This was a deep part of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall. Even the falling star hound and diamond bear could not match the height of the giant grass. 12th hair controlled the 3 desolate beasts to restrain the falling star hound. Chapter 1142. Boom. With a muffled sound, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. Even though the diamond bear was only a rank 6 desolate beast, its body was extremely tough. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was knocked back by the falling star hound, but it was still able to stand firmly. The falling star hound took a step back, feeling dizzy. It shook its head, regaining its senses. Using this chance, 5 to 6 killer moves attacked from the giant grass, landing on the falling star hound one after another. The falling star hound growled in pain, its flesh was torn. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not only 12th hair improved, the other hairy man Gu immortals also have immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves only have one core immortal Gu, they have rank 6 strength. The falling star hound suffered many attacks. Even though its flesh was torn, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast. Even though it was still young, its defense and recovery were very strong. I cannot fail this time, Fang Yuan will laugh at me. 12th hair concentrated, he was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. The 3 desolate beasts seemed to have sensed their master's mood, they were filled with fighting spirit. Under 12th hair's command, the diamond bear with the toughest body became the main resistance force, the golden white tiger assisted it, it was the second main force. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was weak, it could barely interfere with the battle. 12th hair is commanding the desolate beasts well, he seems to still have some strength left. But the situation is in a stalemate, the falling star hound is charging fiercely, but he did not summon a 4th desolate beast. I'm afraid these 3 desolate beasts are all he has. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. He even used a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Fang Yuan's guess was likely correct. Jewel yellow skies opened, 12th hair bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. However, there was a big problem with his choice. In fact, a diamond bear was barely enough. The golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast, it has strong defense, it would be better to get a flying desolate beast, its attacks are more threatening. Like this. It would make the falling star hound hesitate, its attacks would weaken and it would have to focus on defending. As Fang Yuan was thinking this, 12th hair made a mistake. The diamond bear walked past the spot, creating a gap. Damn it! 12th hair's eyes widened in anger. He immediately mobilized the chestnut yak closest to him to replace him. You must hold on. 12th hair roared in his heart. The falling star hound roared and sent the chestnut yak flying. After that, the falling star hound broke through the encirclement. He threw himself into the bushes around him. Thus, the hairy man Gu immortals in the grass gasped in shock. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, the hairy man Gu immortal shouted in panic. Whoosh! At the next moment, he disappeared and appeared next to another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thank you, thankfully you were quick, otherwise I would have died. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved was still in shock. The person who saved him was 6th hair. He patted the hairy man Gu immortal's shoulder. Calm down. Calm down, don't forget that there are outsiders here. Don't embarrass our Langya sect. Even at this moment, he did not forget to sow discord. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved quickly retracted his expression, but his body was still trembling. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his gaze towards 6th hair was filled with cold killing intent. This guy, I will kill him sooner or later. But he and I are both members of Langya sect, we have an information path alliance agreement, we cannot kill each other. Chapter 1143. Eagle Hound. Wolf-bodied eagle with a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, its body and limbs were covered in gray fur, and it had the most dark path Dao marks on its body. This was a rather special type of fierce beast. Ordinary desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts reproduced through the interaction between males and females. But eagle hounds were not like this. Eagle hounds reproduced through infection. The eagle hound's poison would affect any dog type or eagle type beast. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle type beast that was poisoned by the eagle hound's poison would gradually turn into an eagle hound. Thus, the eagle hound race had different individual strengths. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they were desolate beast level. Some eagle hounds were transformed from ancient desolate beasts, so they were ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in Black Heaven and White Heaven. Everything was clear now. When the first eagle hound appeared, Fang Yuan had already understood the relationship between the falling star hound and these eagle hounds. This falling star hound was targeted by the eagle hound group. They shot it down from the sky and confined it in Tai Chio to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would leave its infant form and become a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to transform the falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why the falling star hound ended up near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear: it was the influence of providence. Two ancient desolate beasts, the rest are desolate beast eagle hounds. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he paid close attention to the two ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense the aura of any immortal goo on these eagle hounds. This gave him greater confidence in the following battle. With or without wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have to use two completely different battle tactics. Eagle hound, he killed it in one move. Not dead, but fainted. What was that move just now? It looked like a giant palm. The hairy man goo immortals reacted at this moment. They were extremely shocked. The one that fainted from Fang Yuan's giant hand was naturally a desolate beast eagle hound. Strength path giant hand. With rank 7 battle strength, it was not strange to have such a result. If he was dealing with the ancient eagle hound, it would be different. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight. He had always thought, when Fang Yuan taught him how to fight, he displayed Fang Yuan's strength. 12th Hair forced himself to calm down and thought to himself, although Fang Yuan knocked out an eagle hound, there are still so many of them. No matter how brave he was, how could he do it alone? This battle was fraught with grim possibilities. It was better to retreat first. In the end, 12th Hair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Fang Yuan made his move, the confrontation with the eagle hound beasts was very short. The moment he knocked out the eagle hound beside him, he launched his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Only an afterimage of Fang Yuan was left in his original position. His speed was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had moved from the edge of the battlefield to the very center. What kind of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Fang Yuan was using immortal goo sword escape. This was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below him. This was an ancient eagle hound. The moment it appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close. Between Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away. Their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright. Fang Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down." Boom. The strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more. From top to bottom, it was like a huge pot lid, fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the strength path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its forelimbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating 4 pits. The strength path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the strength path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom! With a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its 4 wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its 4 limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom! The strength path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely, it felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Fang Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move, and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy man Gu immortals were stunned. After Fang Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move. Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. So it was like this? No wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal. It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move. Sixth Hare did not realize it because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fang Yuan's understanding of transformation path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A transformation path goo immortal who cultivated eagle hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times or for too long he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Just like refinement path goo refinement, when transformation path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Fang Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retained some of the battle instincts of a transformation path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all. It did not have human intelligence and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used dark assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Fang Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle hound group, Fang Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle hound situation was special. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Especially whenever Fang Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this transformation path goo immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal goo, or even Providence's help. All in all, Fang Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess, the sounds of banging were incessant, there were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Fang Yuan could replenish them at any time, his myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, He had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan, Elder, has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy man Gu immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Fang Yuan Elder. 12th Hair's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. Fang Yuan's arrangements and his smooth enslavement path attainment in commanding the myriad self-army made him feel that he was so small and insignificant at this moment. Indeed, although the enemy was somewhat troublesome, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had been holding the upper hand. The eagle hounds had never been able to reverse the situation. In that case, I will change my battle tactic. Fang Yuan's true body stopped attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to concentrate and activate another immortal killer move. At this moment, he was already activating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, familiar face, and 3 breaths future vision. He floated in the air, activating goo worms and replenishing the myriad self-army from time to time. All of these affected his concentration. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had not practiced it enough. Thus he could only give up on attacking and stay in a stable environment, concentrating almost all of his concentration to activate it. The rank 7 Year Goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Goo. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, a phantom image of the river of time appeared. The river water surged as a huge beast figure jumped out of the river. Howl. Fang Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle hound with the chicken year beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Fang Yuan ordered the chicken year beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken year beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Fang Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood and threw a large amount of year goo at it. After the chicken year beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity! A grand goo immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle hound. Fang Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle hound was extremely fast and had immortal goo. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was excellent. It was unknown what immortal goo it was. This transformation path goo immortal must have felt that the eagle hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Fang Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient eagle hound could not save them either. The chicken year beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient eagle hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path goo immortal transformed into an ancient eagle hound, it had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu Immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient eagle hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound's immortal essence was exhausted and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or, when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu Immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast? How did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient eagle hound suddenly soared into the sky. Trying to escape. Fang Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the Gu Immortal's battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient eagle hound fled desperately. Its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move, passing back and forth. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound returned to its previous position. Fang Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth. Success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu Immortals watched from afar. But soon, the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time, its attitude more resolute than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon. Fang Yuan could only stop. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his immortal aperture, including the falling star hound, and after dealing with the chicken year beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu Immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man Gu Immortals nodded. They had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Fang Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance. It was extremely shallow. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. 6th Hair observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, "Elder Fang Yuan, you are really amazing. You actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling star hound." The hairy man Gu Immortals heard this and their expressions changed. they felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties, I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. He looked around at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. All right, that's enough. The matter has been resolved, let's return. Using the teleportation goo formation, the Immortals easily returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Lan's spirit of Langya's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Feng Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew that Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Feng Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Feng Yuan successfully borrowed goo worms and could use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture again. In the following days, Feng Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as past movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained Falling Star Hound infant, as well as the Eagle Hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient Eagle Hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem. This was a lack of intelligence, it was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Waves of reckless savages' true meaning were instilled into Feng Yuan's mind, rapidly raising his path attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt itself, it was a tribulation. Feng Yuan could not directly eliminate it. The fourth earthly calamity lasted for a long time. Even if the previous 3 calamities were added up, it was not even 10% of the fourth calamity. 3 days later, the profound white flying salt scale started to decrease. Is this a war of attrition? Feng Yuan frowned, feeling some doubts. Several days later, the profound white flying salt tribulation finally stopped. Feng Yuan looked at the frost salt on the ground, feeling even more doubts. According to his previous deductions, the fourth earthly calamity should be stronger, it would be more difficult to deal with. But the truth was, the profound white flying salt tribulation was not intense at all. It descended slowly. Feng Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He even eliminated most of the snowmen. He did not waste much of reckless savage's true meaning. His gains were plentiful. Feng Yuan had a feeling that Providence was going to let him go. Earlier, I used some time path killer moves in Tai Chio to test Providence's deduction ability to see how it would deal with me. But the result was the profound white flying salt tribulation. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is over. These salt flats can be preserved. After using self-will to cleanse them, they can be used as a special environment to be managed. This earthly calamity was unexpectedly easy. Feng Yuan did not even suffer any injuries. Feng Yuan stored his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But at this time, heaven and earth changed. Feng Yuan fell into a battlefield killer move. Close to 10 goo immortals appeared. There was even a dragon-shaped beast with a grand aura, staring at Feng Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He quickly realized, human tribulation. So it turns out that Heaven's will was intentionally delaying me and setting up this sure kill trap. The myriad self-army, which had always been aggressive, was unable to form any kind of scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sense of danger of death shrouded Feng Yuan's mind. He could not ask for reinforcements. In this battlefield killer move, Feng Yuan could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, he suddenly thought, no, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival did not lie in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada had providence. Providence wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan by all means possible. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan had not obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would definitely die at this moment. But it was different now. He still had a trace of hope. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, but it was an infant now, so it only had desolate beast-level battle strength. But He Fan's true inheritance had a time path immortal killer move that could accelerate the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, allowing it to mature in a short period of time. This way, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It could enter Grotto Heavens and immemorial 9 Heavens. Passing through this battlefield killer move had a high chance of success. Persevere. Persevere until the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle becomes rank 8. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately changed his tactic. Gray Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal goo. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman goo immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Gray Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their goo worms and immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the goo immortals' control, the immortal essence and goo worms hidden in the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move. Although it could form a Gray Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial Rock Dragon's main body, the immemorial Rock Dragon did not have the intelligence of a goo immortal. It could not control it or use immortal goo freely. Its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Fang Yuan was a cautious person. He did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding goo immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human goo immortals only had rank 8 battle strength. They did not know Fang Yuan's actual strength. They thought they were weak. As for Fang Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human goo immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Fang Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong qi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. But if they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial Rock Dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Fang Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the Snowman and Rockman was exposed in Northern Plains goo immortal world, the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong. They had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era. They would not allow such a large group of variant human superforces to exist. Thus, when the variant human goo immortals attacked Fang Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human goo immortals only dealt with Fang Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 goo immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Fang Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human goo immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human goo immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. "All right, I have already said this. Why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human." A rank 7 goo immortal said hatefully. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained, it would depend on his performance now. Thus, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. The Immortal Killer move's aura spread out, the variant human goo immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human goo immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man. There were no flaws. "I am a transformation path goo immortal. I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that?" Fang Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man. His expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human goo immortals looked at him quietly. Fang Yuan continued to spout nonsense. "That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human goo immortal, I am indeed a member of Langya sect. The origin of Langya Blessed Land is long hair ancestor. Now, under the leadership of Land Spirit of Langya, Langya sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the Battlefield Killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything." The variant human goo immortals looked at each other. Nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Fang Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake. It did not affect the variant human goo immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had hope. "All right. Let me express my sincerity first." Fang Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human goo immortals. "Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it, let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet." "Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy?" The other variant human goo immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, gray cloud battle puppet killer move dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of northern plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human goo immortals, "All right. We got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Langya sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send goo immortals." Fang Yuan was happy. Of course, he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude goo, were flawless. At least, these variant human goo immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship towards strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Fang Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human goo immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Fang Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human goo immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Fang Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human goo immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. The snowman and rockman goo immortals surrounded Fang Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man goo immortals. Elder Fang Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Fang Yuan, you really have a good alcohol tolerance. Fang Yuan did not reject them, he drank them all. The hairy man goo immortals looked at each other. Sixth Hair was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Fang Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much? If Fang Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine pure-blooded human. Elder Fang Yuan, Shui Air will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female goo immortal personally walked towards Fang Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man goo immortals stared with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not? This Fang Yuan is a human goo immortal. Human. The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shui Air, are you the snowman who discovered my true form?" Fang Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shui Air is only skilled in some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th Hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. 6th Hair was furious, he almost cursed at the female goo immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey, why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Fang Yuan. Do you think I can't see that? Damn it. Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human goo immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingjue also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. If Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shui Air introduced at an appropriate time. This is Brother Bingjue. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe. He is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Fang Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Fang Yuan stood up, looking at the goo immortal in front of him, saying, "If I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears? Bingjue laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye. Fang Yuan did not say anything else. He downed the wine in 1 gulp. Bingjue was overjoyed. He raised his head and downed the wine in 1 gulp. Cheers resounded again. Shui Air clapped at the side. This is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man goo immortals looked on. Nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the goo immortals' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. 6th Hair almost slammed the table. Bingjue's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind, "What are you guys doing? Forget about that female goo immortal called Shui Air. Fang Yuan is quite handsome." If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the northern icy plain. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Shi Cheng and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shi Cheng sighed. At this moment, Shi Cheng's expression changed. Then, Cher's expression also changed. What is it? Fang Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain-blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Shui who is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Shi Cheng's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Qi deep underground in the icy plain, inside Earth Mother altar. For incense sticks were burning, smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gu immortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Fang Yuan was among them. The people around him were Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu immortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Shizong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, "Rockman Gu Immortal Shizong is willing to join the 4 Races Alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots, we will share weal and woe." Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged toward Shizong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Shizong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, the 2 sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long-hair ancestor and Immortal Yen were known friends in history for a long time. Long-hair ancestor left behind Langya blessed land, while Immortal Yen created Inkman City. The Ink Men and Hairy Men had always been in close contact. Since the Hairy Men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a 3-way discussion, involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the 3 sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The 3 sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gu immortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path Dao marks. This way, they would be considered members of the 4 Races Alliance. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using Earth Path to form Ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path Immortal Killer move 100 years harmony. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the Earth Path. Elder Fang Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the Falling Star Hound and learned that Fang Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the Rockman Gu Immortal Shizong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Fang Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya blessed land. Similarly, The rockmen had Earth Mother, but couldn't we snowmen have a snow father? If Shui Air could get together with Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would have an immemorial desolate beast to rely on. But to think that Fang Yuan did not understand the custom of variant humans and treated the ice tear as a common goo material, causing the situation to be very awkward. Shui Air was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bingshua's shoulder. All right, I promise you, if there is a chance in the future, let's spar again. All right, everyone, I will take my leave. No need to send me off, we will meet again in the future. Ha! Saying so, Fang Yuan laughed and waved his sleeves as he left. He wore a white robe and his black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He looked extremely elegant and refined. Shui Air's gaze was somewhat dazed. Bingshua, however, gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. No. After he leaves, I will write him a letter and tell him the meaning of the ice tear. The return journey was smooth. Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. When he saw Land Spirit of Langya again, this first supreme elder of Langya sect had a huge change in attitude towards Fang Yuan. You really inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You have a method to slow the time in the immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly let me see it. Land Spirit of Langya requested excitedly. Fang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He took out the upper extreme heavenly eagle's corpse. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan told Land Spirit of Langya about the cause and effect. A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you? But, fortunately you still have the egg. Not bad, not bad, the upper extreme heavenly eagle has such an advantage. Land Spirit of Langya regained his senses. He looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle egg to me, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I can sell this bird egg. Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. Fang Yuan continued, but I'm afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even in jewel yellow skies, there are very few who sell heavenly crystals. Of course. Heavenly crystals can only be produced in grotto heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This rank 8 immortal material is very rare. Right now, there are only black and white heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens. There are only a small number of rank 8 goo immortals. Moreover, among these rank 8 goo immortals, a considerable portion cannot produce heavenly crystals. Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya changed the topic, but you don't have to worry about this. My Langya Blessed Land was once Langya Grotto Heaven. It had produced Langya heavenly crystals before. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langya sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Langya said this and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals, he could make Fang Yuan work for Langya sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Langya had to admit that Fang Yuan was very strong. He was much more useful than other hairy man goo immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Fang Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Fang Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, he solved the matter of the falling star hound. He had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen and successfully urged the 4 races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Fang Yuan's Langya sect contribution points had broken through the 2,000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2,000 contribution points were too little. The second was the Windflower Calamity and Snow Moon Calamity. The third was the spring oriole and giant disaster blazing tree calamity, and the fourth was the profound white flying salt calamity. Because the sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme fusion techniques, it was feared by Providence. Thus, almost every earthly calamity was raised to the limit of the heavenly Tao. This earthly calamity was many times more difficult than ordinary Gu immortals, or even more than 10 times. Thus, the Tao marks that Feng Yuan obtained also surpassed ordinary gains by more than 10 times. Thus, Feng Yuan had the most ice and snow path Tao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path, luck path, blood path, and so on. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had obtained the resources of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. It had achieved great progress. But because the space was too big, only mini southern border was relatively rich. Even though other places had some resources, they were not as complete as mini southern border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolf, dragonfish, eagle hound, and so on. There were ancient desolate beasts, remnant heavenly hound and falling star hound, infant. There were even immemorial desolate beasts, that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But now, it had already turned into an egg. There were also some other desolate plants. There was an ancient desolate plant, that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Feng Yuan's accumulation of resources. He was about the same as a peak rank 7 Gu immortal. Someone like Chu Du was probably at the same level as Feng Yuan. As for people like Feng Jioge who were heavily nurtured by super forces, Feng Yuan was slightly inferior. After scattering the soil, Feng Yuan retracted his consciousness and continued to soul search the souls of the Gu immortal captives. There were many Gu immortal captives in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. There were already a lot of Gu immortal souls. The focus of this soul search was on the 9 Gu immortal souls in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path true inheritance. And Chen Li's concealment method, they were quite outstanding. Feng Yuan was very interested. You are not Hei Cheng. Or you. You insidious scoundrel, destroy my soul if you have the guts. Spare me, as long as you let me revive, I will become your most loyal servant. These Gu immortal souls asked questions, some wanted to die, some wanted to live. Feng Yuan did not pretend to be Hei Cheng in front of them, after all, familiar face expended immortal essence, attitude Gu also expended mental energy. Feng Yuan ignored these Gu immortals' screams, he only searched their souls. Every day, he would search their souls for a period of time. In another 3 days, these souls will have their memories completely searched by me, and I will know everything about them. After the soul search, Feng Yuan organized his gains before retracting his consciousness. He left the Cloud City and went to Luopa Valley. There, he left his soul and started to cultivate his soul path. Feng Yuan had been using Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain for some time. His soul foundation had increased by dozens of times. But Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to return his soul to his original immortal zombie body. This is the most troublesome problem. Even with the increase in soul foundation, shadow sex possible methods cannot be avoided. Perhaps Ying Wuxia's arrangements are based on the foundation of the soul. The stronger the soul foundation, the more powerful the shadow sex trap. Ying Wuxia knows I have Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. He cannot not consider these factors when setting up the trap. After daily soul cultivation, Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a gloomy expression. Mountains were not easy to move. Using brute force to move them would only cause the mountain range to crumble. As for the method to move mountains, it was very rare in this world. Back then, when Feng Yuan took away Luopa Valley, even the rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's impatience was surprised. Even though Wuxia inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's assets, he lacked the method to take away 5 Light Mountain. He originally had Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. But through that transaction he sold it to Feng Yuan. Back then, when he saw that he could not move this 5 Light Mountain, he must have been unhappy. All in all, this 5 Light Mountain benefited Feng Yuan. Without hesitation, Feng Yuan used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu. He successfully moved this 5 Light Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain in Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains. It was a place with many Earth Path Dao marks to begin with. Now that 5 Light Mountain was added, the other mountains in Heifan Grotto Heaven were pushed down. Immortal Succession Mountain could only be second. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was only used for inheritances, and now the inheritances on the mountain were all taken away. 5 Light Mountain was the number 1 mountain in Mini Southern Border. It was a well-deserved title. I finally gained something. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. If not for this 5 Light Mountain, he would have suffered a huge loss. Don't underestimate this battle. Although he had won, to Feng Yuan, victory did not have much meaning. The battle spoils were more important. But even so, after obtaining 5 Light Mountain, Feng Yuan concluded that he had suffered a loss in this battle with Lu Qinyu. There was no helping it. He was using Green Grape Immortal Essence now, and many of his Immortal Gu were rank 7. He had many types of Immortal Killer moves. He could use many of them. After a battle, the expenditure of Green Grape Immortal Essence was very intense. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qinyu cultivated Light Path. This blessed land was a Light Path blessed land. Feng Yuan's Light Path attainment level was ordinary, and this was a rank 7 blessed land. He could not annex it. In the following period of time, Feng Yuan asked the Duck Land Spirit and obtained a lot of information. The Duck Land Spirit still remembered many things about the main body. This gave Feng Yuan a clearer understanding of Wuxia's trap. Feng Yuan also knew a lot about information path true inheritances. After digging through the information, Feng Yuan left behind some mortal Gu and gave them to the Duck Land Spirit, telling it not to open the Blessed Land's entrance without his permission. Once enemies invade, it was to inform Feng Yuan and the rest through jewel yellow skies. Lu Qinyu still had some rank 7 red date immortal essence left. Feng Yuan did not take any of it. He gave it to the Duck Land Spirit. Chapter 1161. Since he could not find the other party's location, Feng Yuan wisely gave up on the chase. After reviving, this was the second time Feng Yuan fought against the Shadow Sect. The first time was when Wuxia was forced to make a transaction with Feng Yuan, but Feng Yuan took advantage of him. The second time, Feng Yuan only had a slight advantage. Even though Feng Yuan's strength had increased by many times because of Heifan's true inheritance. But in the end, Feng Yuan did not achieve his goal. He only killed a Shadow Sect member and weakened Wuxia and the rest. Feng Yuan's strength was increasing, but Wuxia's strength was also increasing. Furthermore, Feng Yuan's growth in strength was not stable. It could not last for long. After all, Heifan's true inheritance was a rare opportunity. It was not easy to encounter it. On the contrary, Wuxia's strength was increasing steadily. Because he was going to inherit the Shadow Sect inheritances of the regions, they belonged to him in the first place, they were stable and reliable, it was predictable. From this point of view, Fang Yuan's plan to kill He Fan in advance was a wise one, because if he did not make use of this chance, the gap between them would become more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was saved, it would be the end of Fang Yuan. Although Ying Wuxia's decision to retreat was a little shameless, it was absolutely rational and decisive. For Ying Wuxia, as long as he continued to take in the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, his strength would grow rapidly and eventually, by a huge margin. In the chaotic Flow Sea battle, even though the two did not fight personally, they fought through space. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information about Ying Wuxia and the rest, especially the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, as well as the latest situation of Ying Wuxia and He Lulan. Meanwhile, Ying Wuxia saw through Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution, his advancement was not stopped. His strategy was still being carried out smoothly. Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia would definitely have a battle of life and death. But now was not the time for it. Ying Wuxia chose to retreat. One day, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia, one of them had to die. The enmity between the two sides was far from being resolved. Fang Yuan turned around and returned to the turbulent sea region. White clouds were boundless in the sky, and torrents were surging in the sea. It was a chaotic scene. Just as Fang Yuan was about to enter, a female immortal came from the west and shouted, "Immortal friend, wait." Fang Yuan turned his head and saw that the woman was wearing a palace robe, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. Soft and tender. A pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with autumn ripples. It was too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing, waiting for the female immortal to come over. "So it's Fairy Hua Dai. May I know why fellow immortal has summoned me?" Immortal Hua Dai smiled, revealing her pearl-like teeth. "I'm ashamed, you know my name but I don't know your surname?" "I am Chu Ying." Fang Yuan casually gave a name. Naturally, his current appearance was also a disguise. Chu Ying was a shadow. Even though this trip did not achieve Fang Yuan's original goal, Fang Yuan was determined to deal with the Shadow Sect. He was even more determined. "Chu Ying, I see that you want to enter the turbulent Flow Sea region. I have a matter to trouble you with. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you." Immortal Hua Dai said. "Please speak." Fang Yuan smiled, his attitude was warm. But he was thinking inwardly, "I wonder if there is a high chance of killing this Immortal Hua Dai?" She was beautiful, but in Fang Yuan's heart, it was better to convert her into his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew some information about Immortal Hua Dai. Lightning Path Goo Immortals use this lightning pool to raise large numbers of Lightning Path Mortal Goo. The significance of a lightning pool to Lightning Path Goo Immortals was like 5 Light Mountain to Light Path Goo Immortals. When Fang Yuan arrived, he was already at the center of the turbulent Flow Sea area. With his current strength, he would not be able to traverse the turbulence anymore. The power of the currents had become even greater. Once Fang Yuan got involved, he could only go with the flow. In this situation, it would depend on his luck to get to his destination. If his luck was good, he would encounter a current. If the direction of the current matched with Fang Yuan's destination, Fang Yuan would be able to move forward smoothly. If his luck was bad, after dozens of currents, the Goo Immortal could only move in circles. This was the special terrain of the turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan entered the lightning water current. This current was huge. Fang Yuan was like a rabbit that fell into a huge river. Thankfully, the lightning water was very gentle. Only at the tip of the waves would there be lightning that had the power to destroy all living beings. Fang Yuan only went into the depths of the lightning water. He expended very little immortal essence. It was calm and stable. He moved forward along this current. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan arrived at the end of the lightning water current. At the end, there was another current. It was about the same size as the lightning water current. Fang Yuan went in again, moving forward along the current. His luck was quite good. Although there were some twists and turns, he was still getting closer to his destination. After a day and night, Fang Yuan arrived at a balanced space where the currents were restricting each other. This was the 12th space he had encountered along the way. This space has just formed. The surrounding currents will not change for now. I will rest here for a while. Fang Yuan planned to rest here for a while. That was because even he felt exhausted at this moment. The consumption of green grape immortal essence was not small. But after resting for a while, there was some commotion in the current above Fang Yuan's head. Then, a huge mussel crawled out of the huge current. This mussel was the size of 3 or 4 elephants. It emitted the aura of an ancient desolate beast. It was platinum in color, without any impurities. After seeing Fang Yuan, this mussel's movements clearly froze. A voice came from the mussel. There is actually someone here. You are just a rank 6 Gu immortal. How could you come here? Fang Yuan was silent. The mussel slowly opened its shell, revealing the soft red flesh inside. This layer of soft flesh was like a chair on a bed, and 3 people were sitting on it. 2 mortal women. They were very beautiful, wearing revealing clothes. They were leaning on the male Gu immortal in the center. This male Gu immortal had a youthful appearance. He was thin and had a frivolous gaze. He looked down at Fang Yuan, sizing him up as he said in a strange tone, "Strange, strange. You really have rank 6 cultivation. Quickly report your name." Fang Yuan was silent. His gaze moved from the male Gu immortal to the giant mussel. The male Gu immortal was slightly angry. "Hey, I am asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute?" Fang Yuan did not answer but asked instead, "This is the legendary hidden room mussel?" The male Gu immortal felt that he had gained a lot of face. He laughed loudly. "You have good taste. This is something that I got from my grandfather after much difficulty. My grandfather is the famous enslavement path Gu immortal of Eastern Sea, Ren Xiaoping." Fang Yuan nodded, saying plainly, "I know about Ren Xiaoping. He is a peak rank 7 expert. Not long ago, there were rumors that he found his long-lost grandson. He paid a huge price to help him become an immortal. You right?" Haha. Chapter 1163. A moment later, Fang Yuan controlled the hidden room oyster and became its new owner. Clank, clank, clank. Clap, clap, clap. He patted the young Gu immortal's face. "Lad, you are sensible." The young Gu immortal's expression froze. He did not dare to move. His eyes were filled with shame and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored him. Next, he jumped onto the hidden room oyster and sat on the young Gu immortal's former seat. Before leaving, he said, "My name is Chu Ying. I was the one who stole your hidden room oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather." Looking at the hidden room oyster's shell closing and disappearing into the current, the young Gu immortal said through gritted teeth, "Good, Chu Ying, right? Don't worry, I have already informed my grandfather of your appearance through Gu worms." "Young master, what do we do now?" The 2 beauties were about to cry as they grabbed the young Gu immortal's sleeves. The young Gu immortal's expression froze, seeing that the surrounding space was getting smaller and that the currents were about to change directions. His expression turned grim. With his strength, he could not get here. It was all because of the hidden room oyster. "Don't worry, even though I lost the hidden room oyster, my grandfather gave me traveling son Gu. I can return to the doting mother Gu, which is my grandfather." The young Gu immortal gritted his teeth. "That's great, we are saved." The 2 girls were overjoyed. Bam bam. 2 muffled sounds occurred. The 2 beauties had shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young Gu immortal. "Young master, you?" The young Gu immortal's expression was grim. "Who asked you to witness the entire process?" "Humph." Soon after, he showed a look of pity on his face. He stretched out his hand, caressing the 2 beauties' faces. "It is a pity about these 2 beautiful faces. They are quite pretty. If you want to blame someone, blame Chewing. With that, he casually pushed the two corpses into the torrent at the side. Without the defensive methods of a Gu Immortal, the mortal corpses were instantly turned into scraps by the currents. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young Gu Immortal gritted his teeth and activated Traveling Child Immortal Gu. In this turbulent flow sea area, all sorts of Dao marks were chaotic, space path was the same. Gu Immortals could not casually use space path Immortal Gu, the safest way was to travel on foot. But the young Gu Immortal was not using space path Immortal Gu. Instead, it was the Dao of love. Emotion path was born from wisdom path. The three elements of wisdom path were thought, will, and emotion. Traveling Sun Gu and Doting Mother Gu were famous Immortal Gu in emotion path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, emotion path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young Gu Immortal could safely use Travel Sun Gu without any danger. The young Gu Immortal allowed the power of Traveling Sun Gu to drag him. It was as if he had entered a long river. He was in a daze and his thoughts were muddled. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he woke up and found himself back in Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. Grandpa. The young Gu Immortal showed a fearful and uneasy expression. While Grandpa's immortal aperture is absorbing heaven and earth chi. To stabilize the blessed land, you actually dared to sneak out to play. I knew this would happen. I will not give you the hidden room oyster to protect yourself. Ren Xiaoping snorted coldly. Grandpa, the hidden room oyster was taken by someone. The young Gu Immortal said with grievance. I met a demon, he snatched my hidden room oyster and killed my two servants. Ren Xiaoping raised his brows. Tell me in detail. The young Gu Immortal added details to his story. Chewing. Ren Xiaoping muttered this name as he frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Chapter 1164. Even though this person had an imposing aura and stared at Fang Yuan, he was injured and had messy hair, he was in a sorry state. Gelia thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Ding Qi. A few days ago, Immortal Hua Dai had told Fang Yuan that a blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi, had come to the turbulent flow sea area. This person's younger brother, Ding Yan, was the blood path demonic immortal who died at Lu Qingyu's hands. Now, when Fang Yuan saw this person, he naturally made a connection to his identity. Next, another group of Gu Immortals charged into this bubble. The two at the front were Fang Yuan's acquaintances. One was Tang Song, the other was Zhou Li. Tang Song shouted, Ding Qi, where are you running to? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. It is a pity that your brother is dead, no one will pay respects to you, ha. Ding Qi did not seem to hear it, he stared at Fang Yuan and gritted his teeth. It's you. You just obtained the information path inheritance. The clue that my brother obtained after much difficulty is on you. You are his murderer. What? The Gu Immortals heard this and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. Interesting. How do you know that I took the inheritance? Ding Qi smiled coldly, because I have blood trace Immortal Gu. Saying so, he activated the Immortal Gu. Soon, blood-colored figures appeared on the island one after another. The figures moved in a series of movements. It was the scene of Fang Yuan entering and taking away the information path inheritance. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted, he stole the inheritance after all. For you, quickly hand over the inheritance. Fang Yuan's smile became even wider. He ignored the immortals clamoring and looked at Ding Qi with interest. Blood trace Immortal Gu. This is the first time I've heard of this name. This is a blood path Immortal Gu that my brother and I created together. Other than that, there is also Immortal Gu Blood Oath. Ding Qi had a sad and angry expression. Zhou Li and Tang Song were also furious. It turned out that Lu Qingyu had gathered a group of people. His arrival at the turbulent waters attracted Ding Qi's attention. The news spread. Zhou Li and Tang Song also gathered a group of Gu immortals and rushed over. Back then, they suspected that Lu Qinyu had obtained a clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, it was not easy for him to get here. The immortals ran into Ding Qi. Ding Qi had already arrived here and used blood trace immortal Gu to make some arrangements. Both sides engaged in an intense battle. Ding Qi was alone, even though he was a blood path demonic immortal. It was difficult for him to fight against the simultaneous attacks of the immortals, so he could only fight and escape at the same time. During this time, Fang Yuan just happened to enter and inherit the inheritance. Ding Qi immediately sensed something and hurriedly broke out of the encirclement without regard for his own safety. Finally, he arrived in time and saw Fang Yuan. "This is blood trace immortal Gu. Interesting, interesting." Fang Yuan looked at Ding Qi with admiration. He sighed with emotion. Indeed, each generation has its own talent, each with their own style. Speaking of blood, the first to bear the brunt was naturally Patriarch Blood Sea. He was a great demon who had left behind 7 true inheritances of the Blood Sea. Everyone in the world knew about this, and he had a rich and colorful record in history. Right now, if one were to talk about other blood path experts, Ding Qi and Ding Yan would definitely be on the list. These two brothers had actually researched and created 2 blood path immortal Gu, Blood Oath and Blood Trace. Most importantly, they had refined them again. Their talent in blood path was truly rare. "What are you sighing about? Quickly hand over the inheritance." "Right? That inheritance is mine. You are an outsider. You actually got it first." City Well first appeared in The Legends of Rinzhu. "Then why did you crawl out?" Boundless Forest Samsara stared with wide eyes. The little person smiled bitterly. "That is because I recognize that I am very insignificant. That is why I saw how big the world is." Fang Yuan walked around the well. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. This was the 3rd secluded domain of heaven and earth that he encountered. The first 2 were Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley. In order to frame Fang Yuan, Wuxia made use of the well to set up a trap. Unfortunately, he was caught unprepared by Fang Yuan and obtained valuable information from Lu Qinyu. But in the end, Fang Yuan made use of the well instead. He killed a group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like what was recorded in The Legends of Rinzhu, Boundless Forest Samsara breathed like the wind and spat like rain. Fang Yuan stood at the mouth of the well and used his immortal killer move. When it reached the bottom of the well, its power would be amplified by 10s or even 100s of times. However, Fang Yuan did not come without a price. His immortal essence expenditure also increased by 10s or even 100s of times. Even though Fang Yuan only used 3 giant hands, the immortal essence expenditure was no different from him using hundreds of giant hands. Those who did not know would be trapped at the bottom of the well. However, once he understood his situation and realized that this was a marketplace, he would be able to immediately break free. Like what was written in The Legends of Rinzhu, as long as the little person realized his insignificance and wanted to see the world outside, he could climb out of the well. It could be said that leaving the well was both difficult and easy. Precisely so, Wuxia did not use the well to deal a heavy blow to Fang Yuan. Firstly, he could not control his strength. He might turn Fang Yuan into charcoal or meat paste. Where would he find Gu materials to reverse refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu? Secondly, Fang Yuan might immediately find out the truth and escape with the upper extreme heavenly eagle. By then, Wuxia would not even have a chance to escape. The second reason was crucial. Precisely because he was uncertain, Wuxia used City Well as a trap to waste Fang Yuan's energy. He did not ambush Fang Yuan personally. Fang Yuan really wanted to take this well for himself. because this secluded domain of heaven and earth would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture development in the future. Pulling mountain immortal goo. Fang Yuan tried. Unfortunately, City Well only trembled slightly. Pulling mountain immortal goo could pull mountains, but City Well was not a mountain. But it was on the ground, it needed to absorb earth chi. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan tried to dig City Well out with the Strength Path Giant Hand. But to think that when the Strength Path Giant Hand got close to City Well, it withered and shrunk like a balloon. In a few blinks of an eye, it vanished completely. It seems that even though Shadow Sect controls this secluded domain of heaven and earth, they cannot relocate it. Fang Yuan tried a few more times, but there was no effect. The most obvious effect was when he first tried using pulling mountain immortal goo. The walls of City Well shook. In that case, pulling mountain immortal goo is indeed effective. But just using pulling mountain alone is not enough. I need to think of an immortal killer move to take this City Well. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could only give up for now. He drilled into the well, and when he reached the bottom, his body had become very small. He cleaned up the battlefield. Only Zhou Li and Tang Song had intact corpses. Fang Yuan stuffed them into the sovereign immortal aperture. The other goo immortals were all smashed into meat paste. Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi self-detonated, but his Blood Path Immortal aperture was left behind. Other than him, several other goo immortals also left behind their immortal apertures. Soon, the world at the bottom of the well started to move, heaven and earth chi surged out, blessed lands started to form. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time entering these blessed lands and exploring them. There was no need to think about immortal goo. But Eastern Sea had a lot of cultivation resources. These goo immortals were not like the pitiful Lu Qingyu, they probably kept all their assets. Only the Blood Path Demonic Immortal Ding Qi destroyed all the resources in his immortal aperture. Even so, Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. He had enough attainment level to annex Ding Qi's blessed land and expand the sovereign immortal aperture. Among these blessed lands, some had land spirits, some did not. Fang Yuan plundered all the resources of the blessed lands without land spirits. Blessed lands with land spirits were more troublesome, they needed to acknowledge a master. If they did not, Fang Yuan could not move the cultivation resources inside. Of course, forcefully plundering was not impossible, but it was only for the immediate benefits and not the long term. Fang Yuan thought about it, he did not use force. After spending a lot of time at the bottom of the well, Fang Yuan started to fix this bubble. There was a sea and an island in the bubble. City Well was at the center of the island. Because of Wuxia's arrangements, if outsiders tried to enter, they would be thrown into the well. But Fang Yuan had Lu Qingyu's information, he would not fall here. Instead, he used this trap to kill all the pursuers, he saved a lot of trouble. If Wuxia knew that his arrangements did not cause any trouble to Fang Yuan, instead helping Fang Yuan, would he vomit blood from anger? Fang Yuan kept some of Wuxia's arrangements, he also added some of his own methods to make the bubble more concealed. Next, he came out of the bubble and started to move the bubble. Not long ago, Wuxia did the same. The original location of this bubble that hid City Well wasn't here. It was Wuxia who wanted to harm Fang Yuan, that was why he spent so much effort and time to teleport here. In the turbulent flow, Fang Yuan could not control himself, he would be swept away by the current. Thankfully, he had the hidden room oyster as a place to rest. Fang Yuan went back and forth dozens of times before moving this bubble to another huge current. The amount of immortal essence and time spent was more than 10 times that of Wuxia. After completing this matter, Fang Yuan walked around and arrived at Wuxia's camp. There was another island in the bubble. Fang Yuan went deep underground. Regret Pool had already been dismantled by Wuxia. Even the surrounding goo formations were gone. The tributary of the River of Time that was captured by Shadow Sect had already vanished. This was the characteristic of the turbulent flow sea area. Every water current was constantly changing and moving. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. His fists punched forward with shocking might. Rumble. Yi Fan took large steps. Everywhere he went, light flashed and rocks were crushed, breaking the river when it met. The enemies were beaten into a sorry state by him. They could not resist at all. Cough, cough, cough. Shang Clan's Yi Fan, you truly live up to your reputation. This time, we, Wine Village's 18 sons, admit defeat. The enemy leader coughed out blood. Although he wanted to get up, he could not. The other 17 Gu masters were also lying on the ground. Some had fainted and were crying out in pain, while some had lost their battle strength but stared at Yi Fan with deep hatred. Yi Fan slowly retracted his stance, letting out a breath of air as his huge body shrunk back to normal. He looked at his opponents on the ground, saying calmly, "According to the rules, from today onwards, you Wine Village's 18 sons are not allowed to step on this mountain. Because this is Shang Clan's territory." Don't worry, although we are lone cultivators, we lost this competition, we are willing to accept our loss. The leader said stubbornly. Yi Fan nodded, rubbing his hands as jade green light shone on the 18 sons of Wine Village's bodies. The opponents were so nervous that their bodies shook, but soon, they found that their injuries were recovering rapidly. Soon, the 18 sons of Wine Village stood up. They could move freely. The 18 sons of Wine Village looked at Yi Fan with a relaxed expression. Ever since Yi Fan received Shang Qingqing's Gu Master inheritance, although his cultivation level did not rise much, his overall strength rose sharply. He had many methods and had no weaknesses. When Shang Xianxia became the clan leader, Shang Clan's mortal world was filled with internal and external problems. It was Yi Fan who stood up and helped Shang Xianxia deal with the external problems. Right now, Yi Fan chased away the 18 sons of Wine Village to create a new trade route for Shang Clan, to relieve Shang Xianxia's financial pressure. The leader sighed, cupping his fists. "Yi Fan, you are strong, but you showed mercy to us time and time again. We owe you a favor. As long as you are in Shang Clan, we will not encroach on Shang Clan's benefits. However, you need to create a trade route. We are only the third round, there are still 2 more rounds. I understand, any one of the Gu Masters in the next 2 rounds is stronger than the sum of the 18 sons of Wine Village." Yi Fan nodded expressionlessly. He knew the details. Shang Clan was such a huge force, Shang Xianxia could not restrict Yi Fan in this aspect. But the leader's next words made Yi Fan's expression change. Hee. Yi Fan, be careful. The last 2 rounds have already changed. Not long ago, White Demon appeared and defeated all the lone cultivators there. Right now, she has already taken in all the Gu Masters in the 2 rounds. She has become the mastermind. Ma Hongyun looked at Lady Wanshou who was approaching. He stared at her fiercely. "Come, you vicious woman." Lady Wanshou sneered, stuffing the lightning ball into Ma Hongyun's chest again. Crack, crack, crack. Ma Hongyun's body shook intensely. Smoke was rising from his body from the lightning. Lady Wanshou coughed out blood, her expression pale. "Why did I fail again?" Her eyes were red. After failing so many times, her previous graceful bearing was gradually disappearing. Ma Hongyun forced himself to stay conscious. He groaned weakly. "How would I know? Actually, I don't want to fail either. Succeed once, and let me die. Everything will be over once I die. I won't have to suffer such torture again." Saying so, Ma Hongyun could not hold on any longer. his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. This distance should be quite safe, Fang Yuan inwardly assessed. He was not sure, because he had no knowledge or concept of this super goo formation. However, even if the righteous path goo immortals found his traces, it would not matter. I don't believe that after this righteous path super goo formation is set up, the demonic path and lone immortals will not come and probe. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. The Battle of Tian Mountain. Like a ball of lightning, the calm and tranquil lake in southern borders goo immortal world was blown into a state of chaos, causing huge waves to form in it. The Battle of Tian Mountain involved the immortal goo house graceful chaotic duel stage to begin with. It attracted the attention of southern borders various forces and countless goo immortals. After that, the battle between the righteous and demonic goo immortals affected the entire southern border goo immortal world. But in the end, Tian Mountain suddenly erupted in a huge battle, everything was destroyed, the goo immortals who participated in the battle all died. Meanwhile, Tian Mountain's ruins were mysteriously covered by a huge external manifestation dream realm. This made it impossible for the southern border goo immortals to investigate Tian Mountain's ruins. The parties involved, be it the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, or Fang Yuan, all kept this a secret. The southern border goo immortals were still in the dark. Ever since the righteous path took the initiative to set up a grand goo formation around the giant dream realm, the demonic path and lone immortals were not willing to give up. Many of them went to the goo formation to scout for information. The righteous path goo immortals found traces of these people many times, but as long as they did not charge into the goo formation, they turned a blind eye. Fang Yuan chose an ordinary cave and waited patiently for several days. He finally waited for Jiao Leizi to leave the defensive goo formation. Jiao Leizi did not hide his actions. The direction he left was the same as the one he came from. Since Jiao Leizi disguised himself as a Luo clan goo immortal, he had to be brazen when he left, otherwise, he would seem guilty. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Jiao Leizi. Seeing him fly away, Fang Yuan also followed him. The two flew for a while before Jiao Leizi suddenly slowed down, stopping at the peak of a nameless mountain. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan. "Sir, you have been following me for so long, I wonder what is the matter?" Jiao Leizi did not show any signs of hostility, because when Fang Yuan was following him, he showed his traces, allowing Jiao Leizi to discover him. He also used attitude goo to express his goodwill, allowing Jiao Leizi to sense it. Thus, Jiao Leizi did not show any animosity towards Fang Yuan, but he was still wary. "I am sorry to disturb you." Fang Yuan bowed, explaining his intentions very politely. Wu Du Xiu was silent for a while before saying, "Then I will take my leave." The middle-aged goo immortal was careful. He slowly stood up and took a few steps back, before turning around and walking out of the house, closing the door behind him. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, he had a respectful expression on his face, it had not changed. Only when he returned, after crossing several mountains and returning to his immortal goo house, did his expression change. "I was confused. Before dying, she actually wanted to bring back her illegitimate son. That bastard, couldn't he have stayed in Eastern Sea? Why did he come back to fight for the inheritance with me?" The middle-aged goo immortal was furious. "Master, don't be angry, anger will harm your body. A rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal quickly persuaded. The middle-aged Gu Immortal kicked him down, shouting, "My abilities are all in her wind path Immortal Gu. She actually wants to give these Immortal Gu to that bastard. Without these Immortal Gu, what use is my rank 8 cultivation level? I will still be bullied by Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan. What do you mean giving me everything in Wu clan? What do I need these resources for? What I want are rank 8 Immortal Gu, true battle strength. If my fists are strong enough, what can I not get?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal got angrier as he spoke. He paced around in the Immortal Gu house. "Master, how about we kill him now?" The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal walked up and slashed with his hand like a blade. The middle-aged Gu Immortal's pacing stopped. He frowned deeply, asking the rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal, "You mean, that's right. First Supreme Elder only has 2 children, other than you, there is that Eastern Sea illegitimate child. If we kill him, won't First Supreme Elder's inheritance be yours?" The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly. The middle-aged Gu Immortal blinked. Cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead. "If my mother finds out, I will be in deep trouble." Thinking of his mother's methods, even with rank 8 cultivation level, the middle-aged Gu Immortal's heart shook. Let's forget it. He is only rank 7, even if he returns to the clan, what can he do? The middle-aged Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. But the hunchbacked Gu Immortal did not give up. He still said, "Master, you can't think like that. He already has rank 7 cultivation level. If he gets First Supreme Elder's Immortal Gu, what will happen?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal snorted coldly, regaining some of his pride. "Even with rank 8 Immortal Gu, his Dao mark accumulation cannot compare to mine. He is not my match. But it is a pity about those 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu." The hunchbacked Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly. "Master, you are hesitating because you are afraid of failure and First Supreme Elder punishing you. Actually, we do not need to do anything.